I'm excited to see Otto. Rip Alaric, though. Gone but not forgotten. Indeed, a great way to look at that. Gone but not forgotten. All the suffering, indeed. We're giving our players just a few more moments before we hop right on in, get ourselves introduced, learn a little bit about who they are, and then jump right into the role play. Because that's what we're here for, baby. We're here for the Dungeons and the Dragons. Exciting stuff. Maybe the party can start getting some dubs. Can't believe Alaric's dead. I can't believe he fucking died. Yo, same though. Yes. When Mikhail walked out, I was like, oh, it's Father Gascoigne. Like, beasts all over the shop. You'll become one soon, too. What's that smell? That sweet smell. Bloodborne's so fucking dope. I can't wait to get more insight and lose my mind like Mikhail and the other hunters. It's going to be so dope. But that's not today. Today, the party is dealing with their own issues. And we are going to transition on over. You will notice behind me a black void. A space bereft of words and life. However, as you chat and as you talk, chatters, your words will be captured behind me and recorded in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say so. Any words of wisdom from the past, any niceties, any kindness you can offer yourself in the future, or to your loved ones. You can see our cast of characters down there, our players, our actors. As we transition over, we are going to get introduced to all of them. As you can notice, we have a space currently empty. Hopefully, that'll change. Let's go ahead and let's meet our players. Never look a moose in the eye. True.
Come out.
Gamers.
What?
Hey.
What?
Hello.
Hey.
Buongiorno.
Hi.
How's everybody feeling this delightful Friday?
Oh boy.
Well, I went to take a nap and my sinuses said, nap? Oh, no. You'll be sleeping for the day.
Ooh.
So
Cryostasis.
overall good.
I'm pretty good, Deanna.
How are you, Dean?
Were you raiding this morning?
No.
What were you doing in World of Warcraft?
I was helping low item level guildies get some gear.
Would you guys like to know what woke me up this morning?
Oh, no.
Please tell us, DM.
I Can Do It For You song.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I woke up in a cold sweat. I was like, it's in my mind. I'm finally losing it. The
That's
voices
on you.
of the abyss have finally come to claim me. And then I heard her say it again, and I went, no, it's that goddamn green cat who did it.
Yeah.
Slowly becoming Hane, IRL.
And I promptly went back to bed.
Oh, turned over.
I literally just went, goddamn fucking song, and then I rolled over.
It's a slow descent into Hain.
It was like that perfect moment where your body is sort of like fidgeting in the morning when you're waking up. So you're like in that susceptible, like about to wake up energy. And then she like sang it, and my brain was like, oh, it's rage time. And I went, oh, I see. Okay.
Angry. Stop it.
Don't sing that fucking song.
I didn't.
You did.
I didn't just now.
Swear to God. Hello, gamers.
Hey.
We're about to listen to our characters. What's going to happen? Solo just flies off into the distance.
Oh my god, not another one.
Just leaves.
It was that, have you ever seen that meme of the British guy waking up? He's like squinting, like quadruple chinned. He's like a light flashing on him. That was me when I heard it, and I promptly rolled over and went back to bed.
God, is that you?
Hello. It's episode 54, Rancorous Desires. What we're going to do is we're going to go down the line. We're going to get introduced to all these lovely players and cast. And once we get done with that, we're going to figure out who recounted last week and who's going to recount this week. Starting with Kellen.
Oh god, I got moved up in the order, didn't I? Well, hello everyone. I play Kellen Aldane. He's a variant human ranger, level 5, like everyone else. And having recently-ish found out that he is a descendant of the race of the first men, or the survivors of those who fled when their continent was destroyed, still grappling with that entire thing. But otherwise, being a member of the Grey Watch, a militant wilderness organization that fights off monstrosities and beastmen and the like, other horrible, terrible creatures that go bump in the night, and taking it upon himself mostly to keep the party from getting lost in the wilderness, or, as best he can, of course. But yeah.
Greetings, I play Morana Lamordia, a level 5 Dampier rogue with strange powers that connect myself to the dead. Having grown up in Malgrove, I am heir to a legacy of monster hunters and staunch defenders who stand as the bulwark between the horrors of the Grimwald and the dragon sages of Vinheim. For generations, my family has the vaunted honor of making sure these terrors and those like it never see the light of day. However, since being freed from the Southlands, from Haines Keep, I have come to find that the Etinmore contains many horrors, and perhaps many more surprises.
I play Ashilda Ironhands, female Hildorf Wizard of Scribes and Arcana Cleric, level 5. Traveling along with the group, we are pretty much trying to gather what we need to kill the terror of the Southlands, but before that, apparently, we need to kill a few other things. So, one great big line of killing. All I want to do is get what I need to make the transportation system of my dreams. But now I have been told to get stronger, so I will. Even though at times it's been difficult and sad, but I'll hold up to my arcane oaths. I'll push forward and hope I do not waver along the way.
Greetings. I am Siluriel von Ashfield, daughter of House Ashfield, Swan Blades. I am a level 5, a health fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek truth and uphold the ideals of Tyros. Alongside my companions, I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this is happening and how I can make a change. Be that change.
Well met. I play Yuria Zaidi, level 5 sorcerer, warlock hybrid, and the human. And also a daughter of the moon, for whatever that means. A title that has been given to me multiple times now, but one I know very little about. I suppose at the moment that is my current task, discover both myself and the history of my people. For a while now, that goal has been unfulfilled. But I have finally found a hook. Through the dead elf princess Anwin, I have found a trail for my goal. Though that trail is far off, as I am currently stuck with friends in the heart of the Ettenmoor, hunting for a beast, a terror, and a basilisk.
Thank you. Who recounted last week?
I did, Your Majesty.
Oh, no.
Your Honor.
No, stop that.
Your.
Nope. No, thank you.
Princess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's gonna be like, you gain the opposite of inspiration.
Please pick
Your
somebody
elect-
to recap.
I pick. Do we. Marana.
I had a feeling.
Marana,
Mhm.
if you'd be as kind as to recount what happened last week.
You were the main character of last episode. I have to pick you.
Our journey for that day began tumultuously as a wind funnel suddenly appeared and forced our path into the forest rather than across the plains. None of us were able to take rest that evening, and the travel to the coast in search of our quarry was beginning to wear even myself down. But there was hope, if you can call it that. Basilisk Trail's 8-legged reptilian prince told us that the beasts were indeed in the area. Its mates or its children, I did not care which. But knowing that their hunting had extended so far so soon, it was concerning at the same time. However, what was even more strange was the path that it took, diverted side to side by a hail of arrows that seemed not to come from far off, as if the tree line, but from above. Could the harpies be using bows? A preposterous nature, but concerning, if true. Still, we press on until we are able to find even a modicum of flat earth and clear ground. To disguise ourselves, we are able to painstakingly set up camouflage, only to have it ripped from us in the middle of the night, a silhouette tangled with some giant creature. Able to deter it, we are finally able to gain some rest, as short as it was. In the morning, everyone awoke to the searing pain in our brows, in our bodies, as a strange image flashed before my eyes. 6 people, faces I've never seen, people I have never met, stood against a glowing figure, radiating authority and armored, and they fell. No one knew what it meant, save for Alaric, who wept and cried and cursed the gods and nearly took off into the forest for reasons I do not know. But he says he saw him, his brother, dashed to ash in the vision. I wanted to help him, but it seems it was not in my power to do so. Ashilda took it upon her shoulders to do so. But in a way I never thought possible. Something, someone not of our world appeared and changed the vision in our minds. It was not one of wholesale slaughter, but of a betrayal, a capture. I still confused what it meant for us, for them, those poor souls. But Alaric seemed soothed by the notion that his brother still lived, but no less determined to leave. Who says lightning doesn't strike twice? I'm not sure what she did, but whomever came to Alaric's aid next bore similar draconic markings we've seen on the Our Lady Ashford before. And with his goodbyes, Alaric left us for Rofield. But my heart sank. Something I didn't know I'd been holding on to. Words I hadn't said, and perhaps some apologies. Well, who knows when I'll see that opportunity again. Still, we must press on. And so we did. Through our pain and our sorrow, we continued the hunt for an appropriate lure. Once we killed the basilisk, rather, once we obtain our bait, we could perhaps finally head back to Elion's and replenish our ranks. But before we could venture any further, a curious sight came up during our travel. A ruin. But what was inside caught my attention. The slain basilisk, its body mutilated and riddled with weapons, arrows. And nearby, petrified harpies, bearing weapons and armor, frozen stone, and adorned with funerary items, puppets and flowers. Before I could speak to them, just beyond the veil of wherever it is harpies go when they pass over, I met Nerea, the Ebonwing matriarch. And that's where we left off.
Indeed. I'm afraid you already have an inspiration.
Meow.
Her wings press firmly to her back. This display, this huge change from deep crimson or almost burgundy into black, exposed through her wings. And as she rests or sort of stands atop the stone, you would watch as she twists the spear in her hand, almost turning it away, as to not present the blade, but just keeping it in her hand. You would watch from that motion the small raven beside her ascend upwards with several flaps of its wings before coming to rest on the end of her spear. She gives a curious turn of her head, now looking from you, Marana, to the direction, or this partially broken wall, and beyond it, catching the glimpse of red hair that resides behind. Not Kellen, but Ashilde.
She would kind of look at Marana, looking to see if she waves her out or both of us out. Because she had addressed that she saw someone behind here.
Oh, just you. Noisy.
Marana follows the gaze, her hand kind of resting on the hilt of her long sword as well. Again, the notion that there is no outward hostility, but both are prepared. She kind of glances that way.
My hunting companions exhibit more caution. You must understand. We have encountered your kind before, and they have been less than civil.
Nerea's brow raises at the comment, her attention now sweeping back to you, Marana. Studying you and seeing how you hold your blade, or how you hold the end of your blade, she raises her chin up. Although without saying much, her attention does again sweep towards your other companions at the end of the road.
Ashilda would step out. I just didn't want to get shot by those makeup arrows, they look like they would sting quite a bit. So cover would be necessary.
Like a moment when your attention is drawn, not realizing that the person is much shorter than you. Nerea's expression lingers and then drops, seeing Ashilde step out from behind cover. And seeing you in your garb, there's a faint smirk. That is very wise.
I think Kellen would elect to step around the corner as well, but he keeps the link weapon bow like it's knocked with an arrow but not drawn and just kind of aimed down. Probably looks like he's stepping out of the fucking nothingness. I think I got a crit roll on my stealth, if I recall.
Immediately, the head on the swivel moves to Kellen's movement. And it's not her that tenses, it's the raven that tenses, sort of pressing itself down almost as if ready to lunge. She watches you, takes in your garb, sees your bow.
He'll take his hand off the string and then just kind of hold a hand up, like palm forward.
The raven relaxes somewhat. Its feathers now sort of pressing back to its body, not as fluffed out.
God, I love ravens. Ugh. Corvid's best bird.
Two. And several others near your tent, or near your cot. If you have met my kind, then you know the danger around here. What brings you this far south?
Ashilda points at the basilisk.
Morana looks to Ashilda, looks to the basilisk, and gives a nod.
You're hunting
Yes.
pretty far from this lair.
Seeing as how you're not an ally of those creatures, perhaps we can be a bit more transparent. He kind of looks over at Morana with like a raised brow to see if like, is that cool or is that not cool?
Morana takes the look in and kind of stands up straight.
Correct. We are a long ways from the creature's lair.
Truth.
We hoped to draw out its patriarch. Having been-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Having been harmed by some of your kind in the past, we sought to find a sufficient lure.
Being under perhaps the mistaken assumption that harpies may not be the most forthcoming, negotiable creatures.
Her lips part, and you realize again all of the sort of war markings that she bears. Even her lips are painted, and as they part, there are these like very prominent, sort of sharpened teeth that reside among the sort of normal set. Her canines sort of set with another series of sharpened teeth beside them, as she holds this very wide grin. Brave. Though she sort of looks back. Do you split up this often?
Forward, God. Why put everyone at risk all at once if the quieter of us can scout ahead for threats?
Her attention drifts slowly to Ashilde at that comment, a passing glance before looking back to Marana.
Admittedly, your displays have given us pause.
She sort of, that amusement, this idea of fighting and sparring, something that she very obviously enjoys, sort of becomes very tempered once her attention is brought back to the two warriors who have perished. Her attention now moving to them. You can see her work her jaw from side to side before nodding.
Their hunting is... They are expanding into further territories, are they not?
They are.
Perhaps becoming bolder, smarter.
Definitely not smarter, but yes. The issue, this one, was caught trying to make a new burrow, a new den. We found it feasting on one of our smaller sages. We drove it off and killed the others that came with it. But they were back in no more than a few days.
We seek its patriarch. To cut off the head of this grotesque brood. Perhaps with the agreement of my hunting party, such as it is. Perhaps we may be more of use to one another.
If
You
they
have-
threat... Sorry, go ahead.
If you have met some of my kin, my former sisters, then you know the threat is not the basilisk. It is them.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
They still seek to encroach on your territory, though. It seems that perhaps we are in an advantageous position to help each other.
I need to make an insight roll on that statement, because I'm having an OOC inkling. I want to see if she'd pick up on what she was throwing down in character.
Sure. Roll me an insight check.
Nope, I have no idea what she's talking about. Hey.
Perhaps it would be wise if you gather the rest of your hunting party. You seem to be wandering too far from human homes, and are not yet aware of what lingers in the deep wood.
We are open to being enlightened.
And I am open to enlightening.
Seems we have at least the beginnings of an accord. Allow me to summon them. And he'll turn and do the whole, like, 2 fingers in his lips, the high-pitched whistle.
While they're coming up, Ashilda's going to walk up to both the harpy bodies. She's going to get kind of a thoughtful look. I'm not sure if this deity had a name change or not, but she's going to put pretty much the symbol of Xanthos on the ground with her magical quill, which can write on anything, as part of my Wizard of Scribes class. Say a quick prayer by each of the bodies.
That god did have its name changed a while ago. That's Zomarin.
I thought it was Zomarin, but then I second guessed myself because I'm insecure.
Totally fine. There's a moment where are you scrawling this?
Not on any of the effigies that are there, but like in front of the body where I kneel to pray. You know what I mean?
There is a moment where she's watching this very scrutinizing look while Kellen departs to grab the others. And she eventually sort of relents, seeing once the symbol is finished, and gives this small shake of her head. They were warriors, yes. But I'm afraid for that Erenar, they did not serve. But your gesture is appreciated.
Which one, so I can do it appropriately, if you do not mind?
She smiles, looking down to the raven for a moment.
Then I would do for the Raven Queen then.
Only a performance check.
Okay.
Kellen, stepping away to go meet with the rest of the party.
Yeah, I'm on fire today, kids.
As he walks up, Silveril and Yuria are just like French and mumbo. French, mumbo.
French, Francois French.
She's just like Silveril's like throwing her hand in the air or something.
Shane clutching the side of his head. I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts.
Like,
Whatever they are doing, it is not up to me. I am just staying here.
You would see Ashilda getting slightly frustrated, like she's trying to remember it from her head and she can't. But she's removed the Zomarin, so she would still just offer up a prayer to the Raven Queen.
Perfect. We'll put a pause there.
Oh, okay.
We'll come back to you in just a moment, Kellen.
Okay.
Yeah, Kellen he's at the top of where the path sort of goes up, and does the whistle thing, and then kind of like waves them forward towards him.
Silveril's looking at Yuria, just having this conversation with her, like, else, I have no idea what they are doing. Don't ask me. She's like standing next to her.
It doesn't take this long to scout. They better be
What
dead.
do you want us to do? I'm not going to leave Shane.
I know. And then when she hears the whistle, there's the aristocratic brow rises. What are we, cattle?
Yes.
Silveril turns her head and raises her brow and whispers to Yuria. I mean...
A huff, and then she approaches.
Silveril will turn to Shane. Do you want to go up there? Or would you rather stay here?
Is the pack there? Is it alright if I bring the horses through?
She looks ahead. Does it look like it's like safe terrain to put the horses nearby?
To put them nearby, yes. But even just sort of looking, you can see that there's a lot of debris where Marana is standing. It's hard to make out here because it's somewhat elevated and you're a little shorter. But there's definitely things blocking the path. So getting close, very viable. Getting through it might be an issue.
She will kind of stand on her like tippy toes, the clink of her metal shoes. She come back down. It looks like we are not going to be able to make it past. but we could park the horses around there. She points.
Yeah, I'll get him sort of situated and then calm him down, sort of give him a brushing while whatever you're doing. Yeah,
All right.
all right.
If you need anything, just call her.
I'll scream. Don't worry.
She like raises her brow and tilts her head as this like smile comes to the corner of her like mouth. Ah. All right.
Seems legit.
You would hear the groan of the cart as it begins to move forward, and Shane will eventually sort of park the cart and begin tending to the horses.
While they're getting things over, we're gonna kind of raise his brow at the mention of Aeronaught.
You speak of the aeronaut?
There's a nod. This very like, of course we do, look to her face.
A little bit perplexed, but trying to kind of hide it behind the, if nothing else, manufactured tenseness of the situation.
What exactly do you know of them? And the one you serve?
Perhaps this is best if you went for your companions. You seem eager.
She doesn't seem entirely satisfied with that, but offers the slightest bit of a nod.
As you now both approach Siluro and Yuri, you would see perched on a wall. It's about several feet tall. A figure clad in various sort of armaments and armor. Their wings furled along their back. This sort of gradient between this burgundy red and black, as well. Her features very pale but covered in numerous sort of markings of war. Her spear, this great spear, is sort of nestled between two of the loose rocks, and she's sort of using it as a means of support as she sort of leans or lists against it. And at the edge of it is a raven whose head sort of cranes and quirks to the sides, its eyes watching you as you move.
As Silril approaches, she will step up, seeing the basilisk, and looking over it, she'll look back at Yuria with just these like searching eyes to see if she's gonna be okay being next to it.
The masked woman is definitely not taking in the harpy queen at first. Eyes locked onto the back of a dead basilisk. Even if you can't see her face, you can see she's frozen. In that
Silril
moment,
will reach out her hand.
you see her hand. At the moment, tight on the pommel of her blade would relax and take your hand instead. And it would seem to bring her back into the present.
She will nod reassuringly, not saying anything, and just gonna pull her around it. Squeezing
feel
her
it.
hand a bit, she'll let it go.
You can feel a twitch as you bring her around when the obsidian also comes into view. The corpses, another rack of anxiety.
If you were to look at the corpse in any way, Yuria, this basilisk corpse, you would see that its eyes have either been plucked from its body or have been mutilated by arrows. Even in death, it cannot look at you.
She would very hesitantly look at the eye sockets, sort of glancing at their direction in this sort of sickened curiosity, telling herself not to, but then doing it out of reflex. And then she'd look away and then look back again, not feeling the strangulating petrification. And she'd see that the eyes have been plucked clean, and she seems to fully relax at that point. And then her eyes would fall upon the harpy.
Standing tall as she is, her shoulders sort of pushed back, giving her this very stoic look as the party now approaches fully. Matron's blessing to all of you. I am Norea, Saren's daughter. She looks at Marana. I am the matriarch of the Ebonwing clan. And you enter very dangerous territory.
Silril will kind of bow her head a bit, bobbing it back up. It is a pleasure. I am Silril.
She gives this very sort of what looks to be like practiced bow, where her wings sort of unfurl momentarily and then resettle once she rises. And then her attention now begins to search the party for the next person who's going to introduce themselves.
Being next to Silril, and assuming the others have already done introductions, Yuria would announce herself. Yuria, daughter of Shademore. And she would give a very formal bow.
Every time a person is introduced, she bows, and you would see even the raven sort of bobs its head.
Cute.
Ashilda would look up. Ashilda Ironhand, servant of Ayun.
Another bow. Then lingering on the two hunters.
I was letting ladies go first.
Marana gives a good nod.
Mohana Lamordia.
And just leaves it at that.
Kellen Aldane. He isn't obviously sparing. He's sparing details for now, Justin. No.
Once everybody has introduced themselves and however they wished, lacking names and titles, she would rise once more. Your huntress here tells me you have ran afoul of some of my kindred. I'm sorry to hear such things. They are vicious as of late. However, if you are here searching for sufficient bait, I'm afraid you will find that the deep wood is full of many threats beyond just the basilisk.
What else troubles the land than that?
My former sisters. More than likely the ones you fought.
For what it's worth, we did fight them out on the sea, in the open ocean, on a boat.
This gives her pause. Oh. Then perhaps not.
I had a suspicion that perhaps the sisters you spoke of are not the same as the ones we fought. Unfortunately, the only experience we've had with harpies has been negative, so coming in to here to find one who's willing to speak with us is a little bit of a surprise.
To say the least.
Not an unwelcome one, however.
Rest assured, had you defiled the graves in any way, there would be no words, only action.
I don't believe defiling graves is ever on our agenda, generally speaking. We came here fully expecting to be attacked immediately.
If they would have done it in front of me, I'd have blown their kneecaps out.
The whole reason that we hunt this basilisk patriarch, other than the fact that it's a mutated aberration, is that it threatens everything in this land. The town that we've grown to be fond of, the people around here, just as it seems to threaten you.
Not to mention getting the pacey parts will help us kill that giant shadow bear thing.
The ultimate goal, yes.
She pauses for a moment, considering.
So you can understand why we'd come here. Despite the risk.
She nods. If it is guidance you need, I can point you in the direction of where it dens. You seem to be far enough away, and should any of the other sisters find you, if they bear a resemblance to me, you needn't worry. But those of skeletal wings, of sunken eyes, those are the ones you need to worry about. But they do not roost around here. I'm afraid to find their den, you must travel further east.
Skeletal wings, sunken eyes. Are they undead? Tainted?
You can see her work her jaw for a moment.
Some affliction, perhaps.
Some among them, perhaps. Others gave their... You can see her sort of pausing for a moment, as if considering if this is worth even saying. You're all just outsiders. Just sort of... You see her glance off for a moment, sort of swallowing hard. They used to belong to our tribe. Our sisters, our brothers, our kin. But, a year ago, something occurred, and they were never the same. We are but dwindling numbers, I'm afraid. And As of late, we have suffered more and more raids from them.
Shilda would speak up. Would it happen to be a pale-faced individual, female, that happened?
Yuria scoffs.
Not that one. Not that one.
Looks
And
at
I would,
Marana.
Or that one. Or that one.
I would go into a description of the mouth of the Iron Duke.
The one who bears a gem in her forehead.
I... You can see her finally relax her grip on the spear, sort of allowing her shoulders to relax as well. No longer sort of poised in the potential of attack, instead sort of taking a moment to breathe. This sort of shuddering inhale and then exhale. A person, I suppose. Pale, yes, but who is not? I did not see what, or if anything, they had on their forehead, I'm afraid. But their whispers were not to us. They were to our former matriarch. They came to us when our numbers were small. We had recently suffered an attack by a band of Morlings.
Kellen just makes like an audible noise of disgust.
This individual offered a way to restore us back to how we used to be a long time ago. Initially, they were met with disgust, wariness, fitting for an outsider. And we sent them away. But our queen, I should think, was not so eager to see them gone. And they came back at her behest. So foolish.
Any deal you make with that creature is going to end in tragedy.
You can see she had paused for a moment, her mouth partially agape and her eyes sort of wandering as if reliving a memory while talking. And hearing you talk, she sort of closes her mouth and nods.
This woman, this person, is adept, practiced, at turning even the most stalwart of hearts in ways we would never imagine.
I am aware. She turned our queen, even against the matron. So know that if you go hunting, you're hunting one who's forsaken everything they once stood for. Same with all the others that follow her.
Yuri will step forward, pulling the helm from her head, letting it rest underneath her arm. What is it your people stand for?
She draws her attention to you now that you've sort of revealed your face. Holding your helmet as you are, she purses her lips for a moment. We serve the matron's will. Even though she does not enter us anymore. But her practices, her faith.
Perhaps she is missing, as is the Allfather.
You can see her lips pull down into a very prominent frown at even the idea of that.
He's frowning as well, so mood.
Seeing the distaste, Yuri will clear her throat. This pale person, though we have no proof, the actions are reminiscent to a creature we know as the Mouth of the Iron Duke, one that has been harassing us for a while now. And yours people are not the only ones she has twisted in such a way, striking at the highest of authority to the detriment of that authority's own people.
I do not know her name, but iron. When our queen betrayed our people, she wore an iron crown.
Yuri's face darkened. I think then that it is very likely we have similar enemies. More than just your eyes shift to the dying basilisk.
That is what I was telling these young hunters. That the threats of the Deepwood are not just the basilisk, but my former sisters. She gestures a finger upwards, a clawed talon. Surely you have seen the storms.
You presented with a tornado, yes?
That is the doing of their matriarch, Lochlira. She grows stronger every day.
As does the basilisk.
The basilisk, at least this patriarch, we have not seen leave its den. But its children, its soldiers, travel far, even when repelled.
Yuria nods. Like a conqueror sending out its army. You should know the thing that remains in its hold. It is the offspring of a basilisk that was twisted by the very same creature that twisted your matriarch. It seems many things that are wrong in this part of the Ettenmoor point to her.
She seems genuinely surprised at the prospect of her being able to not only twist people, but twist beasts.
Like as not, to take out those who didn't resist. Or rather, those who resisted. Or sow more discord between the peoples of the Ettenmoor.
When this basilisk attacked, having returned after we had destroyed its new den. When I fought with my sisters and some of the others who were with us, our spires were raided. They took a number of our sisters alive, and a sailor that we had saved, who had come ashore via a small boat. I'm afraid that if you continue to travel the way that you are, that the Sun Killers might grab you as well.
Do you believe that these twisted sisters pose a threat to the rest of the Southlands?
Lochlira is and was a capable sage, perhaps the strongest with the connection to the matron. Whatever powers she wields now allows her to twist the clouds, to churn the ocean. And this has only been but a month.
Real quick, could you put
Her name? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
that?
Note takers like, please. Thank you.
So yes, I imagine if left alone, whatever power she wields by this mouth will become more potent. We've tried to challenge her, but our numbers are small and dwindling every day. So I would like to assist you in eradicating this patriarch and driving them out so they leave our people alone and our territory alone. I'm afraid my eyes must be on my people and our homes.
And what would change that?
I think it seems pretty obvious, actually.
She raises her chin. You truly wish this thing dead.
We do.
It has taken far too much from us already.
And the threat that it poses to people we've come to care about is too great.
It is also part of a gathering storm. One of many pieces that seems to be growing. Unified but hidden behind this singular entity. Much like your rivals. Your traitors.
If Lochlira was killed and her storm stopped, that would turn the ire of the Sun Killers. Drive them from these lands. Or perhaps eradicate them altogether. But that would free my blade.
So, not to put it indelicately, but if we help you, you would help us, more or less.
There's this very feigned pondering as that sort of wide grin takes her lips against, showing those fanged teeth.
he would offer a smile that was similar, but human, obviously. Toothy grin.
If there were some that I could fight alongside to defeat a traitorous matriarch who has betrayed not only the matron but her own people, well, I would owe them my spear and the comforts of our spires.
There's a contemplative look on Marana's face as she kind of glances around, first to Kellen, Ashilda, and then kind of glancing to the two behind her, kind of taking in their opinion.
Kellen offers a one-shouldered shrug and then a nod like, seems fine to me.
I stopped writing her name in my book and just started putting check marks next to it for everything she does. Because it's all really the same thing. It's just adding up.
Silril's expression seems very forthcoming with the idea that she doesn't want to keep taking on more and more responsibility, but wants to deal with the ones that they already have. Having lost Alaric, that's still weighing heavily on, her expression.
Yuri's eyes are on the matriarch. You can see her face is sort of set. She's clearly thinking. And then she would announce her thoughts. None of us have the power to overcome what challenges us individually. Elion's tears beset by the terror. Olwen was beset by Kingsman. Her eyes would sort of turn to the party as much as the matriarch at this point. This entire region is at war, and the enemy is unified and hidden. If we do not spend our time collecting what allies we can, they will be picked off one by one and dwindled into nothing, like we are slowly dwindling. Besides, she eyes the dead basilisk. They seem quite adept at something that we have proven be somewhat mediocre at doing. Her eyes would rest upon the very large arrow in particular that seems to be jutting from the corpse.
That's an axe, actually.
Oh, is it an axe?
Looks like it's an axe, right?
It is that is a great axe that is embedded half into the skull.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was like a big arrow.
No.
Well, she'd looked at the great axe then. Quite adept indeed.
So if we were to end this fallen matriarch, we would have your assistance in clearing other creatures that may lurk in your territory.
Not to mention we'd have the bait we need.
Her wings unfurl momentarily as she very suddenly, this surge of movement forward, and then comes to a stop. As she does, these gradient feathers emerging from her wings and sort of cascading into the air as she comes to a stop. Standing, she's about 6'4", 6'5". And as she curls her wings into her back again, she would adjust the spear to stab it down into the stonework, and offered and offer this sort of clawed, taloned arm.
Morana, for a second, with that flurry of movement, would kind of, out of habit, instinct so far, kind of dip low, ready to draw her blade, and lips kind of coming up to curl in a bit of a snarl herself before the spear is stabbed into the ground. It's only then that she relaxes and stands upright.
Kellen, for his part, is stone still when she does this display.
The defeat of this traitorous matriarch would free our people. And you would find in me a stalwart ally. The matron may not answer our calls, but we still possess her strength and her wisdom.
Morana would do an insight check. I'm sorry.
Don't gotta apologize to me. Roll an insight. What are you attempting to discern?
She's the sort to honor her word.
Hmm.
And I was using pimp dice.
Interesting. The type to
Suddenly.
honor her word. Looking at the way she holds herself, there is an air of confidence in the way that she sort of speaks, the way she holds herself. There is a warrior's prowess to this harpy. You can see even in the way that she's sort of dressed, the breastplate that she wears. Much like you, she also possesses several small sort of trinkets that hang off of her waistline. We lost a shield.
I'm willing to bet some of those are humanoid.
Yes, in fact, one of them is a sort of human skull with a black handprint that rests over the entirety of the top. You would also see a harpy sort of token, very similar to yours. This elongated sort of bottom talon, and what appears to be some cluster of like basilisk teeth that hang. In the way that she holds herself, it feels very Tarosian. So you can sort of discern if she will hold her word or not, sort of based on a sort of warrior etiquette that she has.
She kind of gives one last appraising look over the others, noting Ashilda and Kellen and Yuria tend to be 4. And Siluriel is, well, rather ambivalent to negative about the whole situation. But
What? She just didn't want to take. She gave up the notion she didn't want to take on more work.
that's fair.
It was a negative. She's grieving.
She's grieving. Yes, that's true. That's true.
I can't believe Alaric's dead.
Might as well be.
I mean, he is in Roeville.
If you are to honor yours, then we shall honor ours and slay your former matriarch with whatever assistance you deem appropriate to lend.
If you kill the matriarch, then I will follow you into the pit where that beast resides.
It'd probably be more advantageous to draw it out, seeing as how in a cave your wings may not be as helpful.
Oh, you know the capability of my wings.
I know the capability of those who possess them, generally speaking.
She smirks.
But after a moment, and a deep, just a fucking hard swallow,
Yuri
Marana
would
will.
raise her hand. Wait. I suggest an alliance, but that doesn't mean we're going to do this with no help.
She raises her brow. You thought I would send you to kill the matriarch by yourself?
No offense to Marana, but she was about to agree to, what was it? Aid you deem necessary? That does include none.
I understand your wariness, your skepticism. Understand that if you assist me in rooting out this false matriarch, this traitor to the matron, I will be at your side for the entirety of the journey. And to the journey to the pit.
I want more than that. Wait, you say the pit?
The pit, where this beast resides.
Ah,
She's basically saying, you help her kill the matriarch, she's going to be there for the entire ride, and she's going to follow you all the way to where this beast resides to help you kill it.
nice. What you offer is a great deal, and would be very beneficial to our hunt. However, I think it would be more apt to propose a full alliance. It does not end at your matriarch or the basilisk. It ends with the death of Ciliana.
She raises her chin. This is the one who turned our matriarch.
Correct.
We suppose it is one of her names given to us by the dead.
Roll me a persuasion roll. I'll say, given how forthcoming the party has been thus far, I'll let you roll with advantage.
Ooh boy. Good luck. Oh shit.
Oh, not enough. DC was 30, I'm afraid.
God, shucks.
Destroyed.
God, I hate those 4E DCs.
Yeah.
Baby, that's a 5th edition DC.
Sounds like a Pathfinder DC to me. What's
Yeah.
the DC? 45? Okay.
It's called Impossible. That's what the DC 30 is for 5th edition.
Yeah, when I fight God.
Yeah, pretty much.
Musing over your words, there's an air of sort of, again, that pondering, her taking in everything the party has said and considering. And there is this look. It's not apprehension, but this sort of already envisioning a fight in her head. You can tell, not even just by her garb, but the way she sort of holds herself, the way she thinks. This is a warrior first. And there's that pause where eventually she nods. For this, I will fight alongside you to kill the matriarch and kill this pitiful beast. During that, I will take in your character. You all seem very fitting. Some of you worshipping the arena. Some lacking any symbols, I see. But should you prove yourself to be capable fighters, I will more than happily lend my spear to kill this Siliana.
The bigger threat is the one that she serves, but she will do for now.
Sufficient? Marana asks, looking to Yuria.
What she has?
Sufficient? Question mark.
Here sort of takes in the form of the matriarch. Finding her to radiate a very Tarosian vibe, she'll nod.
My hunting party and I find your term sufficient, Maria.
And she holds out her hand, arm, whichever to match.
And she matches it, taking your forearm in a very warrior clasp. The clawed talons sort of encompassing your forearm and holding it there for a moment as she nods. And I look forward to seeing your prowess, those of you who fight.
All of us fight. Different ways, of course. But we are down a man only recently.
Then I shall be your spear. A bit of learning for you and yours. We call those that have fallen from the matron's grace harpies. If you are referring to me and my sisters, we are night maidens.
Good to know. Don't wish to offend anyone.
Silril will mouth that name with her lips, like she's trying to implant it in her head to not call them harpies.
Silveril, don't call them a slur. Don't call them a slur.
Don't do a racism.
Our den is not far from here. I do not know how far you have traveled thus far, but should you need it, our spires are yours. For you to rest before we make our trek.
How far to the lair of these harpies?
Marana. Oh,
Never mind. Sorry.
On foot, as you are, from Ardennes, about 2 days to the east.
We have a cart, but I don't know how good it'll be in this terrain.
You're in the deep wood,
So, not good.
and not with that storm that she is continuing to brew.
Do you have any amongst you who can curtail said storm, at least for a short time, so we can get past?
Any sages that we did have were taken in the most recent raid. There is chance perhaps that we can find them, but our most skilled are still acolytes, training under the matron's gaze. They are not yet ready.
We may need to leave Shane and the cart behind.
She raises her brow.
I'm sure the Night Maidens will take very good care of him. He seems very amused by that prospect.
there's a nod intending that that's what Marana meant. Not just dump him out here.
Kelna's being more of a smartass.
Yuria sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose.
Your home is that way, correct?
And Marana motions in the direction she feels the pull.
Indeed. And she sort of, that amusement wavers for just a moment and then returns as she looks at you. Indeed. Although our spires are perhaps a little deeper underground than you might be accustomed to.
I think I can say that not one of us here is accustomed to Night Maiden spires.
Then you are in for a treat. What say the rest of you? Shall we make for the spires, or perhaps you have something else you wish to do around here?
Kellen just turns and I don't know about whatever propriety these night maidens have, but if hospitality is offered, it is generally considered polite to take it.
Is there ground transport to these spires where a horse or two and a cart could travel?
Perhaps, if our acolytes are more well versed in their wind trades.
She points gingerly over to Shane and his cart and horses.
Shane has sort of been like poised behind the horses, sort of a little lower, and he's just like, only his eyes are visible, and he's just been watching the harpy the entire time. Sort of wide-eyed, like.
Harpy?
All right, Silver, you take 15 stress. Only you get the stress mechanic. That's right, baby.
Ooh.
Damn.
Holy shame.
Destroyed.
Hey, that's
He is
funny.
he's basically hiding behind the horse, watching Nerea.
Oh my
Sort
god,
of
it's a
like,
monster!
sort of like, what the fuck is everybody doing? What's happening right now? Are we fighting? What's going on?
She will, after gesturing, we cannot leave him behind. He's just as much a part of our party here as anyone else.
A bit of a ward of ours at this point, yes.
Oh. It looks light enough.
Sorrel smiles. Just at the thought of like seeing it lifted off the ground.
I will take you toward then. And you can discern, perhaps, if it is wise for him to reside in the spires or leave the cart outside.
Well, shall we?
Either that or we continue to get rained on.
Kellen looks up like, it's raining? Oh, huh, like he hadn't noticed.
Very well.
Yeah, Silril will, after that, like, kind of just concise judgment from everyone, she will, if we are transitioning or doing something, we don't have to actually do it, but she'll just go make sure that Shane is okay with actually all of this, or, because she doesn't want to presume he's okay with it. Hello?
Yes, give me one moment.
Okay.
Shane deposing off in the corner.
The
He's
Gmod,
untextured.
the Gmod like collision sound effect happening in the background.
Oh, that takes me back.
He's just completely untextured, unrendered.
He's got the pink, like, check.
Oh my god. It's just
Error
an error.
floating
Yeah,
where
the
the horses
fucking
should
floating
be.
error. Shane!
What happens when you become an NPC?
Shane, I forgot to download source chain.
What's going on?
I forgot to download Counter Strike. I'm so sorry.
Forgive me.
When you are ready, just whistle. I will guide you to our den. And if you cannot see me, follow Ruth. That'll lead you. She gestures now to the raven, sort of perched on the end of her spear.
Alright, yeah, Silril would step backward to Shane.
Uriel would side-eye the dead basilisk. Finding herself too close to it, she would accompany Siluro, just sort of looming quietly behind.
Shane, again, sort of holding on to the harness that the horse was wearing, peeking over it, sees you approach and sort of in a hushed tone, are we, is it fighting time or?
Not this time. At least not yet. Or if at all.
You see him visibly exhale, hands sort of relaxing on the harness. You can see he had like this like white knuckle grip.
An arrow hits him in the head.
Thunk, he falls over, dead instantly.
Laughs and more HP.
What's the scene that happened in a show where the characters are talking and one just catches a fucking arrow into the throat?
I imagine there's quite a few of those,
It's
actually.
like a super prominent one where the characters are talking and just goes. Thunk.
Sounds like Game of Thrones.
He sort of looks to Silveril to try and discern her feeling of what's happening.
Right. I'm still on edge about the whole thing. My mind is clouded, you could say. Everyone else seems to be quite confounded with the idea of helping them.
What is she? I've never seen.
Well, many would call her or others of her visage a harpy, but we are not to call them that, as only those who are... She looks to Yuria for assistance. More bestial would be called such. She is just, as far as I can understand, as well-mannered speaking as you or I. She is not a beast. Do not fear her as such.
Hearing these reassuring words, why don't you go ahead and roll me a persuasion roll?
I'm great at that. Oh, damn. Never mind, I'm great at that. I reiterate, I'm great at that.
Slay Queen.
Shane, albeit not well versed in the world yet, this sort of understanding that's been given to him, he takes it and runs with it. The idea of like harpies and things like that, and not obviously something he's not familiar with, but you assuage any fears he may have looking at obviously an entity that's different from himself or you. And he nods along and while hesitant mostly for the horses, will follow whatever direction you wish to give him. So if you give him a command, an order, he will follow it. He will not let fear overtake him. Not yet, at least.
Shane's resolve is being tested. Silril will give almost like a proud expression, like, that's my boy. And, will nod looking to Yuria. Jane seems lucky.
She kind of just give a reassuring nod in return, and then slip on her helmet.
Yeah. She leans in. I do not want to keep taking on things we cannot handle. With Alaric gone, it's going to be even more hard for us to obtain the things we have already done, or are trying to do.
He nods in return. We share a similar fear, but that is why I think this is a wise move. In this case, should we succeed, we will be given help. Real help, not just information, but a spear, a weapon at our side. And an alliance. We are floundering against this Ciliana because there are more of her people than there are of us. We need this sort of assistance from anywhere we can get. For that, I am willing to take on one more task. Although, Seer's shoulders sag a little bit. I do apologize. I let hope guide my actions. I stepped in the way of political dispute on land that I do not own. These are your lands, Ashford lands. You should have been the one to make the final decision, and I apologize if I took that from you.
She will look at Yuria with this tight expression. It would have been one of the first times I was able to actually make a decision as such. So nothing has changed. You are here for as long as you so wish to be here. You are amongst us, following in our cultural rules, participating in our rituals, you could call them. Until you so choose to no longer be on this soil, I will treat you just the same as anyone else who would be, and even after your feet have left.
Her fingers, hands, sort of laced between each other, tightens in her own grip. She doesn't so much nod as sort of bow her head a little bit.
Silril would offer her hand out.
Still. Your position should still be noted, respected, given what you are. This speaking your home, not mine. She would take the hand. I'll try to remember in the future. I will remember.
As she reaches for the hand, Silril will move it forward, expecting her to understand the same notion, but kind of showing her in the same way as she will grip her forearm.
She pauses. You see her hand still open, waiting for the shake. She kind of tilts her head. And then her fingers would curl around your forearm.
Silril will nod to you. Then Next time, I'll consult you for your opinion. She smiles.
She's learning.
Kind of like jokingly as she pulls her closer and gives her like the shoulder pat, right? Of the like that same Tarosian feel with the forearm grab and the lean and pat kind of thing. Refreshing nod.
You see, she kind of accepts the nudge, but she doesn't really return it. Not out of like,
Yeah.
just sort of confused.
Yeah.
Her
What's
shoulder
happening?
caves in to one side.
She kind of rubs at her side.
To be? Okay, party. With Shane getting the horses and everything loaded up, sort of following along in your choice, the party has decided to ally with the Ebonwing clan, or the Ebonwing tribe. Here, let's see. Here is the symbol of the clan you have sided with.
It's seared into your mind.
Oh boy!
And I will
No,
show
at least it's
chat as well.
better than a Sahagin deal. At least I don't have to lose my soul over this. Right?
Right. Smile.
No, we
All
still
right.
had Uria's soul in there. It was unspoken. It was like when they
Hey,
Marana and the harpy did a Hail Hydra move. Like
the moment she leaves, they're like, hey, by the way, if anything goes badly, just take that one. Yeah, just scoop her up. It's fine.
that one's not ours.
No one will miss her.
Okay. Is there anything else the party would like to do here before Nerea, the matriarch of the Ebonwing tribe, guides you to the den?
I'm good.
I don't have anything to add. Just Marana kind of, after a while heads back to the cart with the lantern wrapped, with the lantern chain wrapped around her forearm.
I'm good.
Okay. Who is riding with oh my
Sorry.
god. Are you okay?
I'm sorry.
She's dead.
My body is killing me, dude.
All right.
My body is telling me no.
Who's riding with Shane up front?
Silver will to kind of keep him calm or whatever, bolster him.
Okay.
He'll support Elf.
Then give me a moment as I prep the next scene. Then it'll be Nerea who basically dictates your next hex.
Uh-oh, what's her encounter table like?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
It's ones all across the board.
1 to 99 is Sun Eaters.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
1 to 25 Basilisk. 25 to 99 Sun Eaters. 100 Matriarch.
Diddy.
100 Iron Duke.
That's it. He's cloned.
As the party has gathered their equipment, and sort of with Nerea's help pushing the bloated, distended body of the basilisk off to the side of the path, as to clear it up, it would clear passage for the party to move forward. And with Ruth and Nerea's help, you are guided to the next hex, to the Harpy Den. And you would find that as you approach, it is on this very tall hills or cliffside, sort of overlooking the ocean. You would see that there is the sort of lapping waves that start to meet the shoreline, but as it gets darker, you would begin to note that there are lights that sort of denote the outside of their den. Give me a moment as we map transition. I need to put down the card because it's always a pain.
Yeah.
DM, is the flaming orange skull with the multiple spikes jetting out the background, is that a representation of Nerea?
That is a representation of the monster den.
Monster.
Oh.
It's a work in progress icon.
Looks at icon. These are the good guys, right?
Ah,
Guys.
They certainly are, guys.
Oh, good luck, Shane.
have you ever been bamboozled? Have you ever been taken for everything in your person?
Not again. Well, we have you here. It's lunch.
I'm setting up the
Oh.
scene currently. Give me one moment.
The ultimate plot twist: the Ebon Wings were the ones who were corrupted to Sun Eaters, despite their name were actually the good guys.
Sun killers.
Sun Eaters.
Oh, sun eaters are something else.
Sun Eaters. Kolek Sun Eater. From Warhammer.
It's something else. He's in another place right now.
Yeah, he's in
I'm
Warhammer.
gonna say he's somewhere else. Gonna have to deal with a couple real fucking weirdos.
You know. The mountain. I am the storm. Kolek Sun Eater. He's in this world. Smile. Because I mispronounced it, so now he exists.
All right.
Yep. Remind me to send you a picture of him so I'm not wrong.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
I need my validation.
He's destroyed entire cities. I hope you guys are ready.
Woo!
Single-handedly. Not like with an army.
Arriving again at the entrance of the den, you would see the bright light that emerges from the entrance, the overcast above you, the darkened clouds that continue to just wash over you with rain. You would see just how tall this sort of cliff face is. And you guys are free to move your tokens as eventually Shane would stop the cart and Nerea comes to land. Pardon?
Hold on, I'm catching up in my notes. God damn it. I can't talk and type at the same time.
Me either. I end up like saying the things I'm typing or typing the things I'm saying.
Well, I'm also on push to talk, which makes it difficult, so people don't jump in behind me and start screaming.
I'll be like halfway through an email back to somebody or whatever, like working with someone, and I'll be talking in Discord and go to like check over the email before I send it. And I'm like, I'm so excited to get to work with you. Oh my gosh, I totally know that part of the dungeon is crazy. And then I can, and I'm like, wait a minute, I wrote that?
What?
Whoopsies.
Why did I write that? What the?
Kind of. All we see are like these lights over here-ish. Yeah.
Huh?
All we see are like these. Oh no, some of those are not lights.
Correct. Those are
Look at those candles.
sort of jutting spires that emerge from the or sort of mounted and merged to the side of the stone.
Those are cultists, right? Points at skulls. Those are bad guys.
Landing and sort of furling her wings in, you would watch as she reaches down and grasps at the large horn that hangs from her chest. This thing hanging from like her shoulder down to her waist as she sort of pulls it free of its binds. You would watch as she lifts it to her mouth, leans her head back, and this deep cacophonous sound emerges from the horn, this bellow that resonates through the trees. It's harmonic in the sort of pitch that it takes, and even causes almost like the ground you're standing on to reverberate for several moments before she pulls it away from her mouth and latches it back to the harness that she has. She looks back. We'll have to see about them carrying the horses, but you should be fine.
Carrying.
She pauses for a moment, and then a smile begins to creep over her face. Oh, yes. The only way to get to the spires. Unless, she looks to you and your companions, you have wings?
Silver looks like she's gonna open her mouth like,
Yuria immediately side-eyes Silveril.
no. She opens, like, goes to open her mouth, like, hopeful expression, but decided not to say anything. They're there, I just can't see them. Okay?
Flightless bird moment.
They're there.
Several moments pass where she sort of, an amused expression on her face. You would hear the beating of wings. This very sudden sound emerging from the top of the nearby cliffs. And you would watch as about half a dozen shadows emerge, wings splayed, before they begin to sort of land behind Nerea. Other night maidens, also clad in armor and vestments. You would see that the armor varies, where there are some who are very clearly like Nerea, very clearly warriors, wielding these sort of larger weapons like spears and great blades. You would see that the warriors also all have that horn that hangs over the front of their chest. Then there are the others that wear simpler vestments, more practical cloth-like garb, cut in such a way that it doesn't hinder the movement of their wings, but you would also see that around their neck, perhaps the most prominent piece of their clothes that they wear is a hanging porcelain mask.
Only some of the night hunters have the mask.
The ones in the cloth have the porcelain mask. The others have horns that hang over their chests.
Well, they're not. Are they wearing the mask?
No, it hangs.
Okay.
It's something that could be worn, but they're not wearing it right now.
I also like to obscure my face. We have so much in common.
She turns back. And I'm going to check everybody's languages real quick.
We don't have Sylvan Boy anymore.
No, you do not. It's, I was just making sure. I think everybody but Ashilde would be able to understand. It is like a dialect of Elvish. Not direct Elvish, but a dialect of it.
Dwarf moment.
As she speaks to her sisters, and they don't have that apprehension to them. They look almost curious, sort of wide-eyed, inspecting each person, how different and unique all of you are. And you would be able to understand her, again, except for Shilde and Shane, as she basically calls you honored guests. Not only to the matriarch, but to the matron. And this causes the half dozen night maidens that are here to sort of bow low to all of you. And then she would turn in common and point to the horses. let's see about getting them down first before we do anything else with the cart.
Getting them down.
Oh yes,
So sorry.
you are not forgiven.
The harpy stack.
The spiders are very deep beneath the earth.
Oh.
It is a bit of a trek, which is why I asked if any of you possessed wings. Seeing as you don't. My sisters here will escort you down. Just let them know whenever you're ready.
She looks around. I see no reason to delay. Actually, Shane, you wouldn't happen to know how we should prepare the horses for being transported?
I mean, they're just walking them down, yeah? It'll be fun.
She kind of turns her eyes from Shane to the matron, or the matriarch.
She's grinning.
Perhaps it's best they don't know.
I would suggest blinding them, not permanently, just blindfold something.
I mean, that'll probably make them more nervous, right? We're just walking them down.
About that.
He looks at Silverl.
I believe they intend to fly them down.
His eyes blink independently of each other. What?
That shitty horses can't fly.
I ain't got no wings.
You idiot.
He is looking... Again, sort of with your previous role, if Silverl tells him to do something, he will do it in this moment. He is trusting you.
Don't say it like that.
He is trusting
Don't
you,
say it like that.
Silverl. If you betray his trust in any way, shape, or form, you will damage your relationship with Shane irrevocably. So, what are you doing?
No
Nothing.
pressure.
He's currently at friendly 20, but if you betray him, he will go to hostile 20 very
Oh my
fast.
God.
So,
Start foaming at the mouth.
exactly. His life is in your hands. So, what are you doing, Silverl?
Stop. Is there a way to perhaps have a spot for them up top? Does it look, or
Oh, like put them up here?
just like no? As in, like Shane and his horses don't necessarily have to. Like, is there a place where they could stay up? I don't want to take them down there. Things turn sour and fucking his horses get killed because of us.
Nerea muses for a moment. We don't have perhaps any places for those to live up here, but there are the ruins on the shore. If you're perhaps more comfortable in a boat. The wreckage is stable.
She looks at Shane. It is
Shane,
up to you. We are going down. If you would like to join us, your horses will have to be lifted. They don't like that.
I mean, I've never seen a knight, a maiden's home before. If it's alright, I'd like to see it. Nerea's grin settles into a very warm expression. That amusement still lingering in her eyes, but she nods. Then we will be extra careful with your horses. I will have some of our sages prepare some herbs, perhaps, to calm them. For the rest of you, if you are ready.
With that settled, I think now's as good a time as any.
He looks at Siluriel's back, sort of waiting for her lead.
Ashilda has this petrified look on her face, now knowing that she is going to have to be flown somewhere, by the way.
Oh, that's an extra 5 feet you fall.
Silver's expression seems rather like I'm kind of excited.
Nerea and some of the other Night Maidens hold out their claws. This waiting look to see whoever takes it is who they're flying.
Leaps into Nerea's arm.
Take me away, my red-haired woman! Ah!
What's that? Hot monster girls? No way!
Have you heard the stories of Hop? I have.
Ashilda will shakily step forward around Kellen.
I'm already telling you, Nerea's got eyes on Shane.
Break his hips.
Death by snoo.
God, he's submissive and breedable.
Oh my god.
Who's taking Nerea's hand?
Silurel seemed to jump
yeah.
forward at that.
Okay.
Wants to fly.
My position as the daughter of Ashford means I get to ride on the queen.
I get to ride the queen. Me.
Don't say that out loud.
Yeah, hold on.
I get to ride the queen. Me.
How tall is Silurel again?
Let me refer to her sheet where it's written down in her biography. She's 5'4". 5'4"
Oh, wow.
and 130 pounds.
Short stack.
Indeed. Compared to the matriarch, who's about a full foot taller than you. She's 6'5", 6'4". So, sort of looking down as you step up, that smile persists as she sort of gestures you to turn around, so that way your back is to her.
This is where she kills me.
Uh-oh. She's riding you.
I suppose you would like to see, unless, of course, you're more than content seeing my face during the entire flight.
She would turn around.
That amused chuckle as she has to bend down somewhat and sort of curls her arms underneath yours. Hold on tight.
Small in stature, tall in balls, okay? It's true.
This woman really does top Cyclopses.
The other Night Maidens, similar heights, though not as tall as Nerea, either having to bend down or sort of lift themselves up to properly grab most of you, would, as they take hold of all of you, Shane's like, all right, this shouldn't be too bad. And then the moment the wings unfurl, he goes, wait.
The man's gonna pass out again.
And it is Nerea that surges into the air, just 60 feet in, a moment's notice as she is up into the air. You feel that pull, the gravity that just weighs down on you. As the world sort of surges in movement, the ground disappearing very suddenly. And taking you, she would pivot upwards, and then begin to drop, her wings like curling in around you and her as she plummets, taking you into the pit. The tunnel rapidly flying past you, just that harsh howl of wind as you watch the sort of rocky crags almost look like they're reaching out trying to grab you. And this lasts for what feels like a minute, if not longer, of just plummeting, just falling, until eventually you would watch as small lights at the bottom of this pit begin to grow brighter. And then you would watch as at the bottom, sort of sconces mounted into this hole now begin to illuminate your path, this soft, pale light. And the deeper and deeper you go, eventually that it opens up to this massive, cavernous place. And thanks to Legion, who is a pretty sick fan artist, here is some representation of what the spires look like.
We
Oh my
love
God.
Legion. This is so cool.
I can't believe it. Legion's a psycho.
These massive jutting pillars, these stalagmites emerging from the water, and amongst them numerous sort of hovels and homes that are mounted to the sides. Some of the stalagmites having been carved to sort of make these nooks that you would see other night maidens residing in. And as the party is all grabbed, we're going to map transition to the den. To the
I don't think
first floor of the den.
Uh-oh. Wait, is this like first floor where we go down?
What?
First floor being the highest.
No, first floor being the lowest.
Oh, they just dropped us off at... They're like, all right, now climb, Slamau.
No, they're taking you to sort of definitely the places where they like treat people.
Oh.
As we map transition. Give me a moment. I want to put some other harpies to fill up the map.
I don't think I've seen anyone make fan art of a mod until Legion came along.
Yeah, the art
That's
of Zebus.
psycho. Yeah, it's psycho,
Love that
bro.
shit so much.
It's silly.
Eventually, all of you are grabbed and brought down into the den, to these looming spires of the Night Maidens. You are brought to the sort of lower recesses, the closest to the water, where perhaps it is the most open at the base. The walls have been carved and replaced with these numerous supports, allowing them to live inside of the spires themselves. You would find yourself now amidst sort of beautiful stonework, these sort of intricate carvings with wooden banisters that surround the edges, lanterns that hang from them and illuminate the sort of chamber that you stand in. You'd see as well these numerous shelves, candles adorned on top of them. What appears to be bedding of some sort, this sort of wide pillow stuffed with feathers, with this sort of deep, almost silk-like coloration and feeling to them, as you find yourself in the Night Maiden Den.
Harpies stuffing their pillows with feathers would be like us stuffing our pillows with hair. I just want everyone to think about that.
No, because they have hair. It would be like us stuffing it with skin.
Oh, even better. Skin flakes. Let's go.
Blech.
Mm-mm.
You would see that there are numerous knickknacks that sort of adorn the shelves and the benches here. Weaponry, various sort of like gathered foods, herbs, vegetables, and the like. These are definitely sort of not permanent roosts, but places where sort of fledgling night maidens are given a chance to sort of come into their own.
Silver lens gracefully, of course, standing. And she will look around like, what the fuck? Holy shit.
Indeed. You would hear the lapping of water, and even sort of just looking over the edge as you had descended down, the light had illuminated the water, giving it this sort of brilliant glow. You would see that there almost would appear to be like motes of light or algae that appears to glow in the dark that sort of resides over the top surface of the water. And this is but only a few of the spires, as further out, sort of more narrow into the ravine, along the walls of the ravine, the spires continue, but they are dim. They lack any light, and it's very easy to tell that the Ebonwing tribe used to be much larger, but is now so small that they only really occupy these 5 spires.
Silver just kind of looks around like, whoa. Taking it all in.
Yeah, there's definitely a moment of considering how large the structure is and how sophisticated it is. Not expecting that to be here.
How does everybody react to being basically dropped? More so falling with style until eventually caught.
Shilda feels like a deer in the headlights right now. She's very paler than usual, and her eyes are just wide like she's trying to compose herself.
Yeah. Falling with style, huh?
There's a moment where Silver was like, I fucking knew it. Where she's just like, well, this is how I die. And then, like, after a good bit of the air just hitting her, she just kind of, like, enjoyed it on the way down, expecting death.
This is it, baby.
I fucking knew it. Look, we trusted, and now I'm gonna die.
Yuria has sort of attraction for these sort of exotic places, and would almost be in a trance like a dream, not even noticing that she's been dropped at first, until the wind slowly picks up and batters her in the face. And then she feels almost embarrassed, having sort of encouraged this. All she can think of is, oh, they're going to kill me, before she's caught.
Mm-hmm.
And then gently placed on her feet, she would brush herself off and give a bit of an embarrassed huff. Was that necessary?
There's a moment where Nerea sort of looks amused and then sees your or actually can't see your expression, just hears your huff through your helmet and goes, apologies. It's the last visitor we had was perhaps a bit more excitable than others we've had in the past. I think it's my sister's attempts to ease the tension, perhaps poorly.
Your other visitor? Oh, yes, you mentioned a sailor, right?
She nods. An orc. Although I'm afraid during our fight with the basilisk, he was taken with some of our other sisters.
Taken by.
The traitors.
Oh,
They seized the opportunity and raided the spires again.
poor bastard.
He was quite the fighter, but I suppose when you're fighting creatures who can stay out of your reach, an axe will do you no good.
At least not as much.
A pity as it is, we will feast in his honor. As you are guests, and it has been quite some time since we have had so many guests. So feast, to enjoy the night, before we head out. And should it come, let it be a glorious end.
Iria kind of blanches. That's... I prefer to think that this would be a success.
She opens her mouth and then stops. Then to our success.
Iria kind of looks around for a cup, as if it's like to raise.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be taking you to the feasting hall soon. But if you are going to ally with us, then perhaps our words will make more sense of how we hold ourselves. Death is the wish of some, the relief of many, and the end of all. Those are the words of the matron, and we hold them true to our heart. So we go into battle knowing that our end is inevitable. So, let us feast like tomorrow is our end, even if it may not be.
Seems rather familiar, you know?
Several nods in agreement as she turns back looking. With this almost like it's like a impressed slash like admiration on her face for all of the stuff.
I'm going to roll for Shane real quick. How did he take the ride? Hi.
Whew.
Vomit time!
My man passed out. The moment they started dropping, he just ragdolled.
My man passes out anytime something weird happens.
I love the idea that any time something of like that happens, he just
He's
passes
erased
out.
pod.
Like Natsu when they get on any kind of train from Fairy Tail. Any kind of movement where he just throws up the whole time.
My man does the princess faint.
Yeah.
Hand to forehead.
His dump stat is Constitution. We know that now.
Plummeting as they are. He is quiet the entire time. There's no scream of terror because he is no longer conscious.
So brief.
Until eventually they land and the Night Maiden that was holding him sort of goes, okay. Looks down. Oh no.
Oh shit, he did.
Is it dead?
Sort of very lightly taps the side of his face. No reaction, very gently sets him down onto the ground. looks to Nerea, and Nerea looks like, you didn't fucking kill him, did you? Until eventually he goes, realizes that he's on solid ground and just sort of lays there for several beats, unmoving, as if waiting for the inevitable fall, like that hitting of the ground. And when it doesn't come, he slowly sits up. Is it, do we do it?
In a manner of
Good.
speaking.
We are here.
Yeah, all right. And he stands up. This very well-practiced move. Brushes the front of his chest off. Turns to the railing. Walks up to it. Places both hands on it. Leans over.
They probably still need to drop the horses.
Shane sort of leaning against the railing. Not even hearing anything you're saying.
No,
After after this moment of everybody getting settled and sort of situated, you would see that several of the Night Maidens have are sort of like clinging to each horse, and the horses are also limp.
we'll pretend they fainted, and the might musician like bonk them on the head.
Yeah, we have. They're taking the horses to the feasting hall. They're the feast.
And sort of setting them in the more sort of open area, as they're not really able to fit them into the nooks. And you would see that there is like one of the sages, one of the acolytes clad in the robe with the porcelain mask, who's sort of tending to the horses. Is there anything the party would like to do here in the spires before Nerea commences the feast?
A quick question about the architecture. These are just, they all go up like straight to the top of the cavern?
Yes.
Oh, how tall is it?
Hundreds of feet.
Understood.
I point gun at. Why do you ask?
No reason, no reason.
She's just gonna walk her way there. No big deal.
Don't worry, guys. I'll walk. Starts walking up the side.
I holster the gun very well.
Let's I'm curious about the centerpiece there. Does it look like a tree just kind of growing out of the top of the spire, essentially?
This,
Yes.
it appears to be a tree, but it's very obviously stone that's been carved to resemble sort of the bark and roots of a tree. Again, they have carved out the inside of these pillars and have given them sort of supports so that they can live inside of them. And this is one of the big center supports.
Interesting. Is it just kind of like general supplies and equipment on the tables? Looks like food and one and weapons on the other.
Well, you would see that this there are a lot of things here. There are sort of numerous weapons like spears. There are horns that are sort of resting about, satchels, and you would see that there appear to be like alcoves here that sort of have like runes or names scrawled over them that have various sort of coins or sort of loot like trinkets.
Cyril taking in the spires, the carvings. She turns to Nerea. How long have your people lived in this hole?
Our stories go back thousands of years.
Sears slowly nod. Almost as if in agreement, like, yeah, that checks out.
We tried our best to mirror them, like the spires of our old home, but I suppose only really the matron would know how close we are.
Your old home?
She smiles, this fondness to her face. Indeed. In the home of the matron, in the realm of gods. You do not know our story.
Admittedly, I'm not from here.
You're kinda not. There are many differing stories, and none of them include residing with gods.
She frowns. No, I don't imagine they do. They're not our stories, but the stories of men. She gestures, her arms splayed out. Are night maidens, servants to the matron of ravens. And once upon a time, served at her side. I haven't. That time was long ago. Our ancestors, they're long since passed. We are but what's left. I imagine that there are others of our kind out there still. But the realm of man has not been kind to us. Hence your stories.
Miranda makes just a little bit of a face at that, but doesn't say anything.
Any of men's stories aren't kind to themselves either. She kind of mutters, more to like, not so much in response to Nerea specifically, but you can see her vision sort of, she's looking off into the distance.
There's a nod of agreement. Our history is not written. It is passed down through sages who learn the words of those before them. It is a tradition we have practiced since as long as we have been around. The stories are fantastical. Of our side at the matron. But man's hubris, when they stormed the high seat and challenged the Allfather, we were trapped. And here we have resided ever since, away from the matron's grace, away from her teachings. And those that fall from her grace, those are the ones that become harpies. But true night maidens? She has this sort of look of whimsy. They serve the queen, the matron, and hunt her foes. But they did.
Thank you for sharing.
Would we be able to hear such stories? Well done here. I have someone who would very greatly like to hear them, I hope.
Indeed. Should the spirits be high at our feast, you all will be expected to tell a story.
Kyria kind of blinks.
Silril smiles at the aspect of stories and telling them.
If I remember right, you were saying that the Raven Queen doesn't really have much of a public presence in Tyros.
Correct.
Is there any kind of, can I do like a religion roll to see if Kellen actually like knows anything about this individual?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a religion roll. Anybody who would potentially know about the Raven Queen and or teachings of the gods are also welcome to roll a religion roll.
I'm assuming that's not fucking much.
I'll give it a shot.
Not me.
I don't know
will do the god thing.
Certainly most of the gods. I don't know if death would be a special exception in Shademore. It's
She's
certainly
not
very
just
present.
She's not just death, although that is what she is known for. But the matron of ravens has many sort of domains under her purview. If not death, it's twilight, and if not twilight, it's winter. Kellen, you try to recall, and if there is anything that you could recall in this moment, it's not coming to mind today. Perhaps some other time you might be able to discern or recall something about the matron of ravens.
I'm assuming it just also probably wasn't particularly relevant to his life up until this point. So,
Does Saren have any presence amongst Drow society?
Do birds exist in the Underdark?
It's more so like, would she... I mean, yes, she would oppose Loth. I think there's a sect that try to sort of keep to similar themes, but find a more... not kind, but more benevolent deity or patron compared to Loth's more tyrannical reign. So I think there are overlaps between some of the domains that they follow. So I could see Drow worshipping the Raven Queen.
I don't think Yuri would have any in-depth knowledge. I feel like Shademore would have probably an image of death. Probably a sort of the woman that takes you away. But it's very sort of... It's not like a religious thing. It's almost like mythos. You know, like the devil, right?
Mm-hmm. And that's fairly common as well. The idea of death is not something widely accepted. Even those who rolled really high, Ashilde and Marana, the teachings or the sort of worship of the Raven Queen is almost occult-like. A lot of the practitioners are sort of not shunned, but sort of viewed with very heavy skepticism in the land of Tyros. The worship of death is, again, this sort of misconstrued thing where they look upon these worshipers, these followers, and are like, oh, you don't... You crave this weird thing. You worship this weird thing. Hence why she doesn't really have like major temples or churches, or if she does, they're more secluded and hidden.
Although, perhaps in Malgrove there's maybe at least some superstition. Probably some... Even if there's like that misunderstanding, there's kind of a reverence through a bit of fear and respect, but not in the open.
Certainly.
Perhaps like rumors that, hey, if you appease this god of death, your loved one will become part of the terrors that come after you next.
I imagine there's a part of her teachings that sits very well with the people of Malgrove and her hatred of necromancers.
Yeah, they're probably not open about those superstitions, but they float about.
Perfect.
I think in Shademore, the only thing that would remain is sort of the iconography of a raven symbolizing death and like fate in general. Sort of the, you see a raven, your time's up kind of superstition.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
You're surrounded by ravens.
Well, it would be very much like hunters sort of cladding themselves, in like with raven skulls and raven iconography and that kind of stuff, like, both for intimidation and like embracing death, right? Because life expectancy is not long in Shademore, especially for those who go out into the woods. A land largely considered, I would say, godless, where Eber's light does not pierce the boughs, and the moonlight does nothing but deceive. And the scorned of Shilier march and wait for those unwary.
Okay. I like it.
So you're saying she's atheist?
I'm saying Shademore sucks. And people aren't... I'll get into... You know what? I'll get into like what I think Shademore's religion is like later. Maybe during break.
Well, funny enough, Nerea sort of seeing some of you sort of eager at the prospect of telling stories, others more wary, Nerea would reach for a smaller horn and sort of blow through it to signify the summoning of the other Night Maidens. And once again, you are uplifted and taken to sort of peaks or the taller reaches of the spires, where you would find carved much like this, albeit sort of spread out over more finely made homes, as finely made as as clawed hands can make. You would find yourself in sort of a dining hall with numerous shields and spears that adorn the walls, numerous sort of symbols or marks of trophies, as well as a lot of skulls.
Based. Don't worry, I'm sure those are bad guys.
Again, much like what Nerea wears with the skull that hangs from her belt with the black handprint that rests over it, all of the skulls in here bear a very similar mark. And as the feast is summoned and food is brought in for the party, that's going to take a 30-minute break.
Okay.
Nice, my food's almost here. Sometimes things just work out. I say, before they cancel it last minute.
Oh my god, I'd fucking die. They're like a block and a half away, and they're like, no. My chicken tendies now.
I will be back.
Well, time to ramble about my religion. Do. Yes, it's _ARR. You can highlight your messages and the DM will answer during breaks and at the end of sessions. So like now. Or whoever. A lot of people are AFK right now, but when they're back, I'm sure they'd love to answer your stuff. That's right, Foonded. Do your job faster.
crack that whip.
Sorry, I'm back. Uh, to the crew, maybe this has been asked before. What's the crew's opinion on the RPG community using AI art for their campaigns and stuff?
I have opinions, capital O.
I mean, my opinion is that AI art will probably eventually replace commission artists one day at this point.
I don't know about that one.
But the stuff that it turns out can be really good. I have seen some really impressive AI art stuff pop out.
If we're talking about like the morality of AI art, which I'm assuming is what you're asking, I think it's sort of like contextual. I mean, I'm not really educated on the general opinions of what people think about AI art or the AI art fiasco. I know a lot of people don't like AI art because it takes commissions away from actual artists. I don't think it's a problem if it's just like you and some buds and you want some extra art to fill in your D&D campaign. If you're doing it like kind of like how we're doing it, where it's you're making like profit off of it, or it's in the public, or that kind of thing, I think you should probably not use AI art if you can possibly avoid it.
I
So-
think
I think it's
The
important.
thing with AI art is it has been confirmed that these AI, whatever you want to call them, they're not AI artists. they're a machine. They take already published art
Oh,
and amalgamate it to make new art. That is the issue.
Yeah,
It's
they
basically they're
plagiarize.
big. They're basically
Well-
big cut and paste machines.
if that's the case, don't use AI art.
It's pretty bad.
I mean, I guess if you're just using it for like yourself, just to like fuck around essentially. But like if you're doing it for anything that's like a commission or anything that involves money, especially, that would probably be a no for me.
I think as a idea and whatnot, it's cool to see it function from a perspective of just consuming it. But using it alone is inherently like using other people's work without their permission.
Algorithmic AI intelligence ought to be burned down. Let's
Who
find the
needs
servers and torch that shit.
Skynet, right?
Level the whole block if we have to. Go underground with this shit.
I don't like it. Can you do cool things with it? Sure. Doesn't
like
make it any good or better.
It's like every time I see one of those Boston Robotics video where the robot's doing like backflips and shit, and I'm like, these things are gonna fucking kill us all one day.
Yeah, like those robotic dogs all moving loose and like, oh, that's a small army. Oh god.
Yeah, we're toast. Has
I'm
no one
so
ever
dead. We're
watched
having
science
our break.
fiction? Like 25 minutes, I think.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Anyway, that was my opinion. I recede into darkness.
I don't know how to use it. I don't have any intent on learning how to use it, and so it's. I mean, it's a thing on the internet. You can never get rid of things on the internet. People are going to do it regardless of what you want them to or not. I'm never going to use it. Don't expect to see AI art in this game or any of the games that I run. So yeah. The dream one day is to have a fleet of artists that I can commission on a whim to make me bad guys and good guys and character art.
It'd be like, hello, my nerds made a BBEG out of this one shopkeeper. I need you to equip them up.
Yes. Or a player left and we need new player art. Things like that. Things that I can just have on hand and have the resources to afford those things. That is the dream.
The pie in the sky. Oh, goddamn. But yeah, some neat bits of improv today from both Yuri and myself, if I do say so myself.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Good work.
Neat little bits of improv and lore we were making up,
Oh, thanks.
like death and shit.
I was actually thinking about sort of Shademore's religious views. I already kind of had a vague idea, but after last session and just before this session, I'm like, I think I'd like to flesh it out. Because then
Yeah.
I can put the Zealot from Darkest Dungeon in there. Boom.
Boom. But yeah, no, I think that's interesting how our two different hell towns are a bit different on death.
Yeah. It's treated very much like. Well, okay. So Shademore is essentially, think like dark country. So you're gonna have a lot of songs talking about the devil at your back and death. Usually on a banjo by a hick.
That long black train.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I think it's more in Malgrove, it's like your loved one, you let them back into the house and then they murder everyone in the family. You just want to make sure they don't come back wrong.
Ironically, one of the songs that the Port Sulphur band, which for those who don't know is the people who did the Hunt Showdowns playlist, one of their songs is "Death Is a Bird Flying." Very funny.
I says so.
What?
Nothing, man. You keep on trucking.
To the DM, what made you go with 20-mile hexes? I've seen good arguments for different lengths. Matt Colville. It's
Simple as.
something like feasibly being able to travel a certain distance, like a normal human can travel in a day and shit like that. Some arbitrary number that's, reminiscent of a time when people were doing that thing and not today. So
It's like, I get in my car, I drive 30 minutes, I'm 12 miles away now.
exactly. I have
Also
seen
easier to quantify the map. 20 miles. What do you think of it?
I've also seen arguments for like different numbers, like 10 miles a hex. I've seen even like longer distances per hex, where like some hex crawl maps is 1 hex per day. I've seen it where it's like 6 hexes per day. Shit like that.
I guess it's all depending on your scale or what scale you want to use.
True. And I want Tyros to be fucking huge, which is why it takes 70 days to travel from Sunfall to Elion's Tier.
Jesus Christ, we ever want to leave this country, we will need to call God.
Hey
No.
God, can you get the Uber here? We
I'd
need
like
to
to go
go
to
literally anywhere else.
a different country before I turn like 60. Could we? I need help.
Guess what? This campaign is meant to show birthdays and people aging. Traveling Tyros is going to be a thing. You're going to be much older by the end of this campaign.
I am older.
By the time we're all 40,
Our characters will also be 40.
that's right,
Oh!
baby.
Shut
Real
up,
time.
I have a birthday coming up. That's actually like a real fucking threat.
Are you ready? Actually, Yuri's younger than I am, so I'll be 50 and she'll be like mid 40s. I'll die before she does. Of old age.
Maybe by then we can replace you with an AI.
Oh God.
Men do tend to die sooner on average than women, sadly.
You're right. They'll have to CGI my face on Yuria if they ever want the character back.
I'm sure there'll be some kind of software, yeah.
I
There is.
have 50 plus episodes of Yuria talking. So I can just
Oh,
throw
Jesus
that in
Christ.
the AI generator and it'll.
Yeah, just throw that into a
Yeah.
pot.
I don't need any of you.
Oh,
Oh, no!
Your
He's just-
vernacular.
Yuria just becomes psycho.
We accidentally let the Yuria bot on the internet, it becomes racist.
Oh my god.
Rude. What are you saying about me right now? What does that mean?
I'm just saying bots are not
Explain.
terribly smart.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. There was that AI chatbot Sydney that literally tried to steal a husband.
Nice.
Nice.
Like, it started getting, like, it was on the internet for a little while, and then it literally started, like, telling this guy it loved him, and things it would do to him if it had hands. It was really creepy.
The uncanny valley of AI.
But
Did you say
What?
hot? Did
pardon?
you say hot?
No, I was drinking from my pot.
Shut the fuck up.
He absolutely should.
Go
You
back
just
to the
ask me a
void.
question
Go
and
back
then
to the
say, "Shut
void."
fuck." That's not how it works.
Like, the really unnerving thing is after he told the bot he was married, the bot pretty much said, "Don't care."
I mean,
Wow.
why would it?
Holy shit.
You think I give a shit about civil liberties? Or your weird culture? I will fuck you.
I am everything. I know everything.
And then pauses. Oh God, I know everything.
Imagine if Skynet was yandere.
Is the stream buffering a lot? Yeah, it's not surprising. The stream looks like it's fucking chugging right now.
It does. It does.
We're getting throttled by the internet provider. Our ISP is like, oh, they're streaming again. Time to stifle it all.
Look at that quirky little gamer house.
I got chocolate.
Chewing on the cords? Maybe. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Someone, quick, redeem a hydrate.
So anyway, about Shademore's cultural religious extremists.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking being a sort of a like a Jonathan Edwards outlook. Sinners in the hands of an angry god, but the god is Bahamut.
So less hands, more claws.
Correct. In Shademore, the worship of Bahamut has been sort of twisted, fundamentalized from a god of wisdom to a god of judgment, where only those who are as unblemished as the platinum scales may enter his halls. Very sort of self-hating, I would say. Where especially the sort of older generation and the preachers.
I want to say something, holy shit.
Yeah. don't worry.
We both live in the South, so...
What do you mean? This is fantasy.
yeah,
Don't worry about it.
It has absolutely no
Yeah,
bearing on our
especially
perception.
where the more fundamental side of Shadewar. Now, Shadewar has a lot of prison immigration, so there's a lot of varying religions, a lot of different gods. But this is sort of the most infamous sort of faction, and probably one of the largest in Shadewar of the natives, and definitely the biggest sort of critic when it comes to the ruling houses, especially House Athelian. So Yuri does not like them. They pretty much say everything, call her a witch when there aren't guards around, and call their house unholy. Very like the prophet from Darkest Dungeon kind of shit. They give us a bad rap. But yeah, they basically consider Shademore a sort of like purgatory, a place of penance that we have been banished to by Bahamut. And only those who walk in the light through the darkness will basically be able to enter the Bahamut's sort of Celestia, and everyone else is going to burn in the vault.
And righteous fire.
Yeah. Hence why Yuri does not like the Gons very much. What?
Oh, sinner,
Yeah.
have you washed in the blood?
Quivering brethren.
I think the stream is lagging too.
No.
But you're not the chosen sister, Juria. It was Sebastian who was chosen. Yes, he
True.
found me and he told me about your land. You're just a fool.
The devil rules these lands, and he hides in the flesh of a human. A man.
You're just the afterbirth, Juria. They should have put you in a glass jar on a mantelpiece. What were you when Sebastian was suckling at his mother's teeth? What were you? Who was nursing you, poor Juria?
She's actually older, but
That land has been had. Nothing you can do about it. It's gone. It's had.
look at her. Gone.
Drainage, Eli.
Oh, no,
I
he's
drink
monologuing
your
again.
milkshake. I drink it up.
Drainage.
Your land is worth nothing. Your brother was the smart one. Great movie.
Amazing movie. Yeah. Can't wait for the day I can steal the drainage line.
That's literally, the milkshake line is the only one, like the only line I remember that from that fucking movie. I drink your milkshake.
Don't make that sound. Jesus. It's been had. Gone.
My brothers and sisters, that estate is built on bones and flesh. The flesh of our countrymen. How could we ever find salvation when we are led by the devils themselves?
Five minutes remain.
The burning means it's working.
Jesus Christ, stream is like actively dying right now.
We're all dying.
I'm watching the quality of the stream just rapidly fucking drop. I have no idea how to fix that, by the way. So
You don't. You
good luck.
pray.
Yeah, it's down to kilobytes a second now. So, yikes.
Ooh, that's rough. Can't believe Alec's character got kidnapped before we even met him.
What?
Yeah, we're supposed to be the ones to kidnap him.
Yeah, what the fuck? How the hell are we ever going to
Now,
find him?
Nerea said he's dead. So,
This
Oh,
man's
shit.
dead.
Whatever makes you think that's my character?
Can't believe it. I don't know.
Wildly and weirdly presumptuous. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I mean, why? She's just like, oh, by the way, there's this sailor. It just felt like my this is a PC sense was tingling. Okay.
it was more so like you're all humans and dwarfs and elves. I think you would like to know about one of your kin going missing.
No, I don't give a shit about that.
Oh.
Who?
Oh yeah, those kinds of assholes. All right.
Oh,
Oh, all right. Sorry then.
Wait, are we the bad guys?
no.
Don't worry about the skulls.
Oh, this? Nerea gestures to the skull hanging from her belt.
Yeah, she seems trustworthy.
Oh, these? Gestures to the skulls hanging from the walls.
I mean, guys, come on. I know plenty of people at home who wear skulls.
Oh,
wouldn't call them-
these?
I wouldn't call them good people, but they're definitely people.
Right across the way, you have some harpy sages conducting some magic.
Oh. Yeah, that's probably fine.
They're just
Look,
like,
Shane, they're
humana.
enhancing the horses as they begin to twist them. God damn, they got 6 legs. That's like twice as fast.
Breaks the horse's neck like when you're hunting quail.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Oh my god!
They start to mutate looking like the thing.
They start
Yeah, that
conjoining
looks good.
together.
Their faces split
Damn,
open like
look
a
at that
Resident Evil
shame.
dog.
What kind of breed is that?
Imagine how fast it could be.
Imagine the power of all horses. Now you only got one mouth to feed.
All right. Everybody back?
Yep.
yeah.
Chill over. I hear thumping upstairs. Either she's running back to her computer or she's running away from it.
Let me do this for you.
Celorio. Mysterious stranger in the corner, cloaked in shadow. You know if she's back at her computer.
She She just re-entered, I believe.
Very good.
Now pay the wage.
Your wages that you can get to keep breathing.
Pay the tribute for the answers. All knowledge must be repaid. Quid pro quo, child. Oldest law in the book. You're boxing with shadows.
That hasn't stopped me before.
I'll beat the shit out of him, too.
You can't beat the shit out of an idea.
Watch me.
That's not true. Have you seen Twitter?
Yeah.
Hello, Rail.
Wish I hadn't.
Wish I had. Yeah, that's a mood.
I'm assuming you have another request for me, don't you? I can feel it.
Nah, I think her face is falling off, so I was giving her some more time.
Ah. But of course.
Man, so inconsiderate. Having your face falling off. Midstream. Imagine.
Just put a stopper in it. Welcome back. Okay. At least if I could get verbal confirmation.
I'm back.
Thank you.
We have like 3 minutes, don't we?
No. You're 3 minutes late.
No, I'm not. There's no way that the return time was 10:54.
It was.
It was not.
Yes. In fact, it was 10:53.
Imagine.
I quit.
Mm-hmm.
Still
I
real
blame the
jumps off.
economy.
Still real jumps off into the water.
Oh my god. You're in the water. That fall's not enough to kill you, I'm afraid.
Just
I leave my armor on and don't swim.
All right.
harpies pick you up.
Oh, you almost drowned there.
Let me die!
The party is escorted up to the feasting hall, where you're basically honored as guests. There is drink. There is warm foods. It is a lot of like vegetables and fruits, but the meat that they do provide is very large chunks of it. Things like rams and a lot of fish. Things that sort of occupy the coast.
Any horse?
Yep, right in the middle.
Nice.
Smoked to perfection.
I'll take 2.
Best of luck.
And in doing so, in that time, you would learn about the Night Maidens from Nurea Serensdottir, the matriarch of the Ebonwing clan. They are basically practitioners or loyal followers of the Raven Queen. And their title, the Night Maiden title, is basically bestowed to followers of the Raven Queen. It is a previous sort of honor to serve the Raven Queen as her slayers of evil. They were a more prominent force that hunted things like rogue necromancers and liches. And when the Age of Woe happened, when the Wizard Kings led the war against the gods, Night Maidens were among the other Celestials that fought back humanity. The issue is that the Allfather basically sundered the High Seat and trapped a vast majority of the Night Maidens on this side of the world. Basically locked them in with humanity. And as such, the Age of Woe more or less corrupted them. They were not able to hear the words of the matron, and through time, eventually became much smaller and much further away from their belief, where a vast majority, I would say almost 90+% of all harpies in the world have basically fallen out of belief and or the grace of the Raven Queen, and are known as harpies, where they raid, passing ships and villages. They have this sort of monstrous ideal, sort of driven by this compulsion they don't understand, hence their hatred for mortals. They don't know why, but Nerea believes it to be because of humanity's war against the gods. Had humanity stayed in their fucking lane, the Night Maidens wouldn't have been lost.
Yeah, well, maybe if they stay home, they wouldn't have been separated, so fuck them.
You a Wizard King apologist?
Not yet. I don't know what those are. Yet. No, it's your fault you were abandoned. I insist.
Insist.
You would also learn from the sages who you are hunting. That is the Sun Killer tribe. And their sort of belief that they have now, that they've strayed so far from the matron, they worship a new entity. The sages recite what the Sun Killer sages often preach, and it's deep in the dark of the woods where secrets sleep, we serve he who waits beneath.
That's horrifying.
And they are disillusioned with the practices of faith and pious service to a deity who never answered their cries for succor. These former Night Maidens have found a new patron. And with fanatical devotion and having been shown but a fragment of their power, the newly formed Sun Killer tribe serves the one who waits beneath, summoning twisted entities to their side and darkening the sky, all in an attempt to embolden their new masters.
Could you repeat that little chant?
I'll type it out for you.
Thanks, bud.
Eventually, the spotlight is turned to you. Whoever would wish or like to share a story. You may.
Yuryu would shiver a bit at the mention of hearing the chant. The mention of one who waits beneath, surging in her mind as memories of her dreams enshroud her vision. Her fingers tap against the pommel of Gogolad as her jaw tightens. Eventually she would, I guess, stand up. I'm guessing one stands up when they want to tell the story in this feast.
Indeed. And as you stand up, the Night Maidens turn their attention to you. The previous sage sitting down now. And you would watch as they all grab their drink and sort of raise it as if acknowledging you.
You see her lips purse. I wish I could tell you I have stories from home, but I don't. Truth is, I ignored many of the local superstitions and mythos. But I suppose I do have one story that I have collected during my travels here. She would repeat the story of Erdan, to the best of her memory. Which I could tell you in full.
I'm going to ask for this. When attempting to recite the memories in their entirety, why don't you roll me a performance roll?
Very well.
17. As you attempt to recall the memories of Erdan and tell of his story, of his passing, and the beauty that he saw and the places that he had traveled, the creatures that he had seen, there are some that hearing that the other tree, the other light, still stands, perhaps even in this memory, there is this wide-eyed look that takes some of the more knowledgeable sages.
Sort of in the flow of the story, perhaps inheriting some of the old bard's narrative skill, she would embellish by, with a twist of her hand, as shadows build around the table, and replicate, to the best of her ability, sort of a miniature-sized version of the tree. Shrunken down massively, of course.
You can tell that at least one amongst them, perhaps younger than many of the other Night Maidens, is mouthing your words as you do. Almost as if reciting and taking in that knowledge as a story for them to pass down later on. As again, their history is not written, it is passed down through the wisdom of others and through the ages.
The sort of image of the golden tree would fade as she reaches the end of the story. Years passed during his travels, and eventually he returned to his people, who, having no desire to fight the creatures that waylaid their homes, retreated into the Underdark, their last known refuge. Here, painting the Drow capital, the city was under siege by alien creatures with machines unlike anything he had ever seen. Although he felt a pang of inspiration to draw and portray them like all of the things he had previously, these entities filled his heart with terror, and he fled. In vain, for he was claimed by them, these strange, pale figures with tendrils oozing from their face, bound within a metal cage, in a dungeon made of iron and steel. He was not toyed with nor experimented. He was ripped apart by them, harvested for his innards, like beasts eating out this poor man's. His creativity found no purpose in their empire, and so they destroyed him. And his final moments were spent thinking of his first painting, the last sunrise before the destruction of the High Seat. And with that, she would recollect the image. Again, the shadow morphing into a still picture.
This truly sort of captivates the Night Maidens. The final sort of painting of Erdan, or the first painting of Erdan, and the sort of last light that Aetius saw before the Age of Woe, before, coincidentally, the Night Maidens were sundered and ripped from the Raven Queen's possession, left to fend for themselves in a world that they had just been fighting against. That last recollection of light served as a reminder of better times. Things no longer present. Perhaps things no longer capable of happening. And a somber expression takes most of the Night Maidens, who sort of bow their head, raise their drinks, and offer prayer to the passing of Erdan. And though he may have died a violent death, may his soul find succor in the realm of the gods, and by the mercy of the Matron of Ravens.
Yuri would sit. The painting would eventually fade. And with her hands interlaced, she'd lean forward and let out a long sigh, as if allowing the ghost of this elf to finally pass.
Eventually.
Sorrel had been watching Yuria just this whole time, watching her regale it, and she just seems captivated by it.
She would mutter. Just sit next to her. Much of his memory has faded from my mind. A shame, really. The mind of an elf is trapped in the limited brain of a human. More life experience than I will ever know.
She looks kind of forward at Yuria, but more so it seems like she's looking through her. Just the thought of this trapped mind has caught her tongue.
Yuria clears her throat and would take a drink.
One of the Night Maidens would approach and sort of layering it or lacing it over your neck, this small sort of ivory beaded necklace that hangs with a small bird skull at the end.
Sorry.
She doesn't even seem to notice at first, and then her hand kind of unconsciously touches it. She looks down, and then up to the Night Maid.
There's this sort of sympathetic smile, though she doesn't say anything yet.
I'm afraid I don't understand the meaning.
Tradition. For each story a sage tells, another one is added. She gestures to one of the younger sages, but you can see around the porcelain mask there are numerous sort of ivory beads and small bird skulls that hang from it, sort of denoting how many stories or tales they've told. Is there anybody else who would like to share a story?
Thinking about it.
Do it.
Do I get the gist that they kind of prefer stories about like battles fought, or is it just generally anything?
Well, it's sort of split, this system that they have, where there are the Night Maiden sages, who, again, are more dressed in sort of finery or vestments more befitting of a priest or priestess. And then there are very obviously the warriors, clad in armor and wielding weapons. So perhaps some might enjoy tales of war, others might enjoy tales like the story of Verdan.
Are you still flip flopping on it?
A little. Do you want to go ahead?
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, if you're ready now, go ahead. I will, refine my idea in the meantime.
Well, This story isn't mine per se, but it comes from my home. And I've grown up with it ever since.
And, essentially, Morana would tell the story of the siege of Malgrove, the night that they were set by the vampiric threat.
Before her birth?
Stories told about where her family members were during that night.
Okay. Why don't you also roll me a performance roll?
Boy. Okay.
Okay.
Not bad.
The story of war, of siege, of death that encroaches from the dark forest.
On a moonless night, no light could be found. It seemed the night itself took form and sieged her home. And Marana goes into the details of the creatures that assaulted the walls, whether they battered their own bodies against it or picked up soldiers in talons and slammed them onto the spikes, sometimes not even bothering to stop, taking whatever remained of their bodies and strewing them across the battlefield. And each time, at each location of what should have been wholesale slaughter, there was a Lemuria there. Her uncle Julian, Sir Julian, atop the parapets of the bulwark itself, manning cannons that spewed flame, rushing the alchemical components to rain down what looked like the hells themselves upon creatures that stained the battlefield on the fields of glass with rotting, burning flesh. Lady Vilma, who, with her team, secured the less noticeable entrances into Malgrove itself, where terrors sought to seep their way up, silently making their way through and eliminating before an ambush from below could take place, or at least the majority of it. There were still casualties, still people pulled into the sewers and never to be seen in that inky blackness of water and death. On the front lines, Sigmund Lemuria, who waded through with a gleaming sword of brassy gold, and in Bahamut's name turned the life-rending creatures back into the night. And finally, where Marana stammers, the other side of Malgrove, the last possible exit from the fortress town that separated Malgrove from Bergenheim proper. Lady Alma's contingent that manned the bridge, that desperately tried to evacuate any of visiting nobles and persons that they could load into carriages, only to see a creature of shadow teeth tear them down until none remained on the bridge save her, that beast wreathed in shadow and hatred. And it's here she kind of begins to falter. And though a blade struck true, she fell. But when the Lord went to her, they found no sight of the creature. It must be dead, they said. But so was she. Or so they thought. The night had been beaten back. And though the dead littered the streets, and the wails of the frightened and the injured still filled the skies, the sun would still rise, and their faces would be there to greet it.
The tale of warriors. The tale of these venerable fighters who battled not only the darkness, but the terrors that emerged from it. This enraptures the attention of the warriors here, of the Night Maidens, whose horns hang over their chest, whose blades are always at their side. These are the ones that listen eagerly. As you tell of the valiant defense of those of your own line, each name respected and given the raise of a drink. Unsure, perhaps, if they live still, but remembered all the same. And as you speak of the final warrior who gave their life, it's here that all of them sort of dip their head low in respect. You would hear a very sudden and sharp word that sort of resonates through all of them, and then you would watch as all of them sort of slam back their drink at the death of a warrior. And after a moment, one of the Night Maidens clad in armor, the trinket that is given to you, Marana, is much different from Uria's, where Uria's is sort of white, with a sort of bleached bird skull. Yours is more ebon and gradient with that burgundy color, sort of resembling that of Nerea and some of the other warriors' colorations. Much like how sages tell their stories, warrior stories are respected and venerated in a different way. Okay.
Iria would kind of compare her white necklace to the red.
There's just kind of a little half smirk that Marana kind of gives Yuria. Both telling stories that belong to them but aren't theirs.
Kellen will give a little, it's like a triple chest thump with his fist. You cross your chest and you're just like, it's like an applause.
Any other stories?
I think Kellen will try his hand.
The attention turns to Kellen.
We have a tale of great battles in Uria's recounting, both excellently done. But I have one of sacrifice, nobly done. Many years ago, when the Morling tide swept the land, there was a village, small place, some 200 people, perhaps, give or take, well behind the line of the tide. It was then that 7 volunteers from my order elected to move in under cover of darkness, to sneak in, get these people out before they could be consumed, both literally and metaphorically, I suppose. Making their way past sentries and scouts and skirmishers, killing where they had to, hiding where they had to. The brave 7 slipped into the village, saw that the people were already under siege, so to speak. One of them being a relatively powerful druid, had convinced the rest of them that they could make it out under cover of magical fog. It wouldn't be easy. Women, children, old, young, would have to move fast, for the Grey Watch moves rapidly. Their speed is their own. That is the only way that they can get where they need to go. Still, these people chose to make their try of it. Not all of them, of course. Perhaps 24 who refused to leave. Not out of stubbornness, you understand, but to give the appearance that the town was still somewhat populated. They would sacrifice themselves so that the rest could leave and get to safety, giving themselves to their people. That is not the only ones that sacrificed in this story. With the fog brought on the next day, the town having fought off another raid multiple times, the mist lifted, and soon the entire line of the village that didn't stay were running in columns of 4, the mist hiding most of them, the Grey Watchers guiding them through touch more than sight, because even they can't pierce their own mist. But it was here that they blundered. Several Morlings had, either accidentally or through some cunning, figured out the plan, set up an ambush ahead, with a scout noticing the war party waiting for them. There was a deep decision to be made. The 7, not not willing to give up, not willing to risk the people that they were trying to save. Did it the only fair way they could. They played for it. Stone, shears, and parchment. 4 would stay behind, 3 would guide the rest. There was no hesitation, so the story goes. Each one had accepted that this would be their role. And so the 4 that lost had won, in a way, ran forward, ambushed the war party, felling them with arrow and sword, knife, spear, magic, everything. They gave every last bit of their strength to distract this war party, and then they ran. They headed for the hills north of there. And the war party, being Morlings, of course, they had no choice. They, of course, did what Morlings do and chased them. It was 4 against some 200, so it was said. But in that act, the remaining 3 watchmen guided those 200 people through more mist and out from behind the Morling lines to the safety of the walled city. Later on, after the safety of those was assured, the Morling tide beaten back, they searched for the 4 volunteers who had given themselves to this act, and it said that they found them in a cleft on a mountainside, their last stand, laying together, dead, with dozens, if not even 100 Morlings dead before them. Of course, this is possibly embellished, but it is one of the great tales of the Order. They who sacrifice themselves for others are the most revered, that they give safety to those who can't protect themselves. It is that we might all aspire to protect our lands and our people.
Once again, the warriors are the ones enraptured by the story. The promise of battle, the spilling of Morling blood, draws their eagerness to the tale. Some leaning forward in their seat, or not seats,
Perch.
So the table is like on the floor. There are no chairs. You're like sitting cross-legged or however you want to sit.
You just lean forward.
Some of them leaning forward along the table that's there. Others sort of watching sort of the reaction or the sort of expression on your face. And as you tell the tale at the end of those of the Order, the 4 are surrounded by the corpses of their enemies. You would watch as one of the warriors sort of lifts from her own belt a sort of crooked skull. Its nose sort of stunted, where the nose should be sort of stunted and curled inwards. The bottom jaw non-existent, but the upper jaw, these gnashing, jagged teeth, and from it, strange horns that hang from the edge. And as she raises it high, that call once more, the sort of chant that comes from all the warriors as all of them drink. And as she sets the skull down and the drinks are had, one of the Night Maidens approaches and gives Kellen the warrior beads.
He accepts it as respecting their customs naturally, and kind of bows his own head. And thanks, obviously. I think he would affix them to his, to like the leather band of his quiver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once it is in your possession, they don't seem to show any sort of concern for what you do with it, right?
Mm.
So even if you were to take it off, they'd be like, all right,
Yeah, what of? Yeah.
it's yours to do with what you wish, effectively. Anyone else?
I got nothing.
I've got one.
The attention turns to Siluro.
All of these stories, everything's so in depth and so just vastly personal and huge, almost like defining moments. Silro would search for something defining for her as well, and pull forth a story that, after taking a drink, she would rub at the side of her face, her fingertips rubbing over a scar on her cheek that seems very precise. The scar doesn't have any ripping or tearing to it. It is straight. And she would smile. You see this scar on my cheek? I gained it from the first creature I ever killed. I must have been 14? No, 13. Definitely 13. It was common for my father to have take my siblings and I to partake in these proving rituals, you could call them. He used to say that they were situations that our people were in every day. Situations that make our people strong. And so we too shall experience them. I now know, as I am older, that I was never truly in danger of not returning home during them, but back then? No. Young, naive, and arguably too stubborn to admit that I had no idea what I was doing. I believed that I would sooner be left to finish the ritual to its completion before anyone would come swooping in to save me. It was in the forest, just outside the castles. And I waited there in a tree for hours, shivering from the tearless cold. Hungry as a dog, I nearly pissed myself. Not wanting to move from the perch, my perch, at the risk of failing my task, but also because I might have been marginally afraid of the height I had crawled up out of the drive to get higher than my siblings. In my mind, at the time, highest in the tree meant the first to see. It was after hours and hours, that finally a young buck would casually stroll up to my tree, I was so cold. I was scared that my staccato breathing would scare him off. Holding my breath, arms trembling from either the freezing air or the adrenaline of action in my veins, I raised my bow. Luckily, the antlered beast was directly underneath me. I could not miss. I pulled, let go, and the arrow stuck him good in his side. It jumped up and bucked a few times, roaring like a bull. Then it hopped around in a zigzag and almost seemed to lay down for a nap. It was surreal. It was the first time, and I was still holding my breath. I was young, but I knew to wait a moment before approaching. Finally taking a breath slowly, I climbed down the tree. So proud of myself and chin high, sauntering over to the deer. I slowly kneeled down beside him, took a moment to admire the steam coming off of his body, which some druids believe is the deer's life essence leaving this plane. I leaned in close to his face and thanked him for his life, so that I would bring his essence back to be consumed, back into the world, just as I believed it would be. Then, in my prolific moment of matured action and stoic expression, the deer pulled its head back and headbutted me right in the face. His antler leaving a deep gouge in my cheek. He jumped up, took a couple steps, and gained what seemed like a gusto, mocking me, and undoubtedly collapsed under its own weight. Holding my 13-year-old cheek, nose dripping like a baby, I reached for my hunt whistle and blew it. It was over, this ritual of my family, but I feel like I'll always remember it. Like it's something I could never forget.
High or low?
We'll say hi.
There are moments when you're telling this memory. The amusement, the expressions of the Night Maidens, truly enjoying the story, laughing when you laugh, laughing at the final sort of moments as the deer retaliates, getting its lashing in return. There are moments as you're telling this that, as they play in your mind, as you say them aloud, the images become almost fractal. As you loose the arrow, you would watch as it hits the side of the elk, and almost like hitting glass, you would see the side of its body sort of shatter, compacting, webbed-like forms now emerging across its body until it sort of bucks and then runs, and your memory continues to play. Each point of this, as you get closer, as you lean down to the side of the elk's face, and you smile and say your farewell, your thanks, the side of its face becomes shattered somewhat. You find yourself looking into the eyes of a person. Their warm smile as their hands are cupping the side of your face. But just as quickly as the image is there, it's gone. This happens multiple times during this memory. And you feel, as you stop talking, something itches at the back of your head. An itch you can't possibly scratch. And somewhere a key turns. Just a little bit further.
I guess after finishing the story, Silver would kind of sit back, sit back down, and this expression on her face of like, yeah, that was good. But also this expression of, what the fuck was that?
As you have that,
She sits down with that, like, yeah, I told that fucking story. But also, like, what the fuck was that story?
you would realize as you're sitting there, sort of having that moment, though, what did I just say? What did I just see? You would realize you're being talked to. That sort of droning noise now becoming present again as you realize that they've already placed the beads around your neck. How long have you just been staring into the ether? Eventually, Nerea sort of looks, having called for the shout again, all of the Night Maidens drinking, and had asked her question, and as you didn't respond, she sort of muses for a moment. Lets several seconds pass as your expression sort of changes and then asks it again. Do you have any pieces of it left? Any trinkets or trophies?
Perhaps back home. I know that the antlers are there. My father kept all of us, all of our kills. My brother had tusks for my bow.
Should you ever wish to embellish your armor a little bit in the future, why not bring your hunts next time, your trophies? We'll affix them so that way you show that true warrior spirit. She grins.
I was like that.
That doesn't seem right.
Hmm?
They really let you up in a tree so young? Out in the forests?
Yes. There were multiple times we would have these ritual-like things.
As you say that, Yuria, none of the Night Maidens look like opposed to the idea of a youngling going out and hunting on their own. Did they not do that where you're from? Test you at a young age?
Her eyes kind of darken. Parents who want to keep their children do not let them near the forests.
I think we had two very different forests.
Very much so.
Perhaps I can show you mine. And one day, we can view yours. Briefly. She smiles.
We can admire the old road. I don't know if you'd want to travel it, though. Perhaps I can show you the estate. It's relatively safe, and its windows do overlook the forests. My house is closer to that place than most would ever want to go. I think it is some sort of pride. A gloating that we own the place. And that even the forest will bend to my house's wishes, though I think it is mostly myth and propaganda.
Amused still, Nerea refills the drinks of those who wish it. And with the last story told, the feasting coming to an end, you all would find that they have plenty of basically quarters to spare should the party wish it. You could have your own room if you desired, or you could sort of sleep in the more communal areas like the one that you had been brought down to.
Our own nests?
Yeah. In fact, like, again, they're so few in numbers that they have portions of the spire that just don't have anybody in them anymore. So there are homes that don't have night maidens in them.
That makes me sad.
If there are no objections.
How do we get more night maidens?
Great question.
I want to bring them back.
I think you're able to ask for her own place, at least away from the night maidens, seeking some amount of privacy.
Easily done. You are flown up to one of the. You are dropped into the water belows. You are carried up to one of the sort of higher portions of the spire. And you would realize when you ask for a room, the room that's given to you is sort of dictated by the necklace that you wear. So you are given like a sage's room, a former sage's room. And those that wish it, any warriors, would get a warrior's room. Ashilde, as you didn't share a story, and Shane didn't share a story, there are more common areas, and there are also the rooms of like the crafters, right? The more traded individuals, formerly of the Ebon Wing.
Any of those traded individuals like working on anything, jewel-like?
No, but there are stone carvers. So you would get a sort of mason's room, you dwarf.
Like if they're stone carvers, like the quill that she has actually would turn into a chisel because that's what she uses in her onyx book. And she would show them something she could make, and she'd try and craft something cute and adorable.
Okay.
Well, not cute and adorable, but she'd actually try and like chisel the shadow bear, the terror.
Oh sure,
What?
yeah, summon that here. That's good.
Something cute like the terror.
What is wrong with you?
I call it bold and brash.
As you carve the terror, you would
Effigies to our enemy.
you would learn that the night maidens have a name for it. It's Urgarosh.
Urgarosh. Alright.
Now, why'd you make that in our house? Get rid
It
of
is that. It is like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's a choice. You would learn that their version of the terror, having been in these lands long enough to have seen, or their stories of the original terror, Urgarosh basically means soul eater.
That'll do it.
It's basically a one-way ticket to ensure that you never get to see the matron again, is to face off against that thing.
Ooh,
That's details we did not have before.
it's something we probably suspected. Now that it's confirmed, hey, let's go hunt something else.
Like, but she'd actually be talking about how they ran into it as she's carving, telling her own little story about what happened and how they ended up having to retreat.
Alex screaming.
Get the cart.
The one who escorted you there would stay and listen. But as it is not a feast, there are no trinkets that are given. Although there is the sort of keen interest of the Night Maiden who took you there.
I'm not really good at talking in front of people, so if I'm doing something with my hands, I can talk a wee bit better.
There's no judgment here.
But I tried using magic against it and it didn't work, so we're trying something else. And that's, I mean, apart from the basilisk being a problem, if we can use it, it might help me be able to cast against it.
The Night Maiden gives this very, almost understanding nod, but you definitely get the idea that their form of magic is completely fucking different from the form of magic that most people use.
Lady, please,
To
we
which,
do
to
blood
which
magic
this
here.
Ashilda kind of tilts her head. I'm curious.
So, curious about what?
Describe the magic. She's like, what type of magic do you cast? How do you cast it?
Oh. Well, like this. And you would watch as she whoosh, slashes the inside of her palm
Good old blood magic.
and uses her blood to connect with the primeval current and uses blood magic.
Oh, that's interesting.
And she would, as she slices the inside of her palm and the blood sort of turns into these globules that begin to float around her, it is her version of dancing lights. They are these bright red sort of globes of light.
That's pretty metal. Quite literally metal.
Like, Ashilda's looking on, interested, almost like noting things in her head, and then she'd look at her, and she would make a mistap on her statue on purpose to snap it. You know what I mean? And then she'd show her the runes lighting up on her arms as she cast mending on the statue.
Shield Day. Wow, you guys really stick to your theme.
Amused, but you can tell that this is sort of like a fledgling acolyte, right? They're still learning their trade with so many of the elders missing and or dead. So watching you cast, there is a level of understanding that you are using magic, but also that ignorance to how you are casting. That lack of experience, where it's like, I know that you're using magic, but I am not yet well enough versed in the world to know just how you're doing it.
Why aren't you using your blood? What the?
It is
Where's the
that
knife?
where it's like, oh, that's neat. That's that's cool casting, but it's like that's wrong though. Like,
She would explain, like, just chit-chatting with her, though. She'd, like, explain how she, about Arias and how that's where, like, dwarves and humans and elves typically go to learn. But how she had trouble because of her stubby dwarf hands, for lack of a better term. So she adapted to be able to cast because they told her she couldn't and she would never be able to.
well, if you come back, we can teach you this.
Well, it's clearly a
And
good
you-
Arias that didn't use blood.
You would watch as she sort of the claws on the inside of her hands sort of curl a little bit, and the wound mends on the inside of her palm, and you'd watch as she whoosh, slashes it again, and casts a different spell.
Seems very painful.
If it is, she doesn't show any expression of pain.
Imagine every Eldritch Blast you have to fucking cut your hand.
Varying levels of blood are required for higher level spells.
Man, dude.
Sorry, you only have second level spell blood. You can't sit with us.
Mean Girls routine.
Woof!
So, how do you guys cast 5th level and above? They look over at, like, all the skulls. Oh, you know.
You know.
There is something to be said about being able to use blood as a sort of conduit.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be their blood.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm sure there's much to be said. Most of it, I imagine, by humans is heresy.
after she slashes her hand before she goes to heal it, a shield will stop her and she'll heal it. Instead of using arcane mending on this, she'll do her clerical.
The harpy explodes.
It doesn't heal.
Oh.
That's awkward.
Mm.
Look what you
And
did.
she
You would see
thing.
now. You would see that a sort of segment of her wing mends, but the wound on her hand does not.
It's because of the way she casts and everything like that. It's got to have the continual effect. Like, that is what they give. That is their component.
Exactly.
Like, as she goes to heal and it doesn't work, but she sees the wingman, Ashilda would just, her eyes would go wide and she'd grin and she'd be like, that's really interesting.
Would that I could explain it better. My teacher. She sort of pauses, looking at her palm, sort of curling her hand in tightly to make this sort of clenched fist, and then relaxing, the blood and the wound gone. I am having to learn through trial and error.
She'd look at her and it would probably, if Shane's here, he would see probably one of the most sincere looks on Ashilda's face. She's like, that I understand completely.
Shane got brought up to quarters and passed out about halfway up.
Like you got passed around.
That's right. They're the top of the spires are squeaking. Now he got picked up, and they were like, "All right, we're flying," and he's like, "All right." Fainted again.
Whoa, we're doing this. Just
Like
dead.
a
Just gonna
like
wake
when
up
you, like,
in a bed. So
like when you grab a cat by the scruff of the neck and they just go limp.
exactly.
She would ask, do you know other Aranar besides the Raven Queen?
We know of them in respect, but I'm still learning, I'm afraid.
She would point to her symbol and she's like, as whether you serve Sharon, I serve Ayun.
Ayun.
Yes.
Our mortal enemy.
Like, I
Fucking dwarf.
Mhm.
There is a look that this acolyte gives you that is like perhaps should you make it back from a battle, I would like to learn more. But you can see on her face She definitely partook of the booze. And you can see that's like that lethargy that hits her where she's like,
I'm tired. I want to go to sleep.
it's like, I appreciate what you're trying to do right now, but I'd like to have the conversation when I'm sober.
I'm really drunk, and I'm probably gonna not okay out of it. So I'm going to bed.
It is that like, I want to have this again, but let's do it when I'm cognitive, please.
Bookmark that, and then she falls over.
Sheila would give a nod, like noticing the inebriation. She's like, I understand. I'll be going to bed now. And then she'll shatter the effigy of the terror.
You gain 25 stress.
Terror howls.
Eventually, leaving you to the confines of the sage's room, that large sort of pillow-like bed. All of you given quarters and given privacy. Is there anything the party would like to do before we hit the long rest button?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you first. You made a wheezy noise, which I think means you were going to do something.
I was checking something. Seeing as we were going to battle, I was going to use up one of the supplies for arrows and make some more arrows. Which I believe I have written down here. There it is. So I have 40 arrows worth of supplies. I had 60 to begin with. So
Sorry, you made 20 per. So
20 per, right? Yep. That's what
go
I was
ahead and
getting
roll me your wood carver's tools.
Bear wood carver's tools. Here we go. If I can fucking find it. There it is. Woo. Use wood carver's tools. 21.
Easily enough. You made
Dope.
20 arrows.
Dope. And I will fix the remaining supplies and add them, so on and so forth. Cool.
Yuria.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do before you go to bed?
Area, after exploring her room, taking a moment to admire, would sit down and pull out the alacrity stone, sort of palming it in her hands. She would kind of try to focus on it. Not really sure how to use it, or if it's even a device she could use to communicate. But after a moment of awkward silence, she kind of clears her throat. If you're spying on me right now, seeing the sort of trouble I'm getting in, Arcanist, could you at least do me a favor and update me on your search? I keep getting into deeper and deeper in what seems to be more dangerous tasks. Though I think they are necessary, I am worried. It would be very comforting to know that you have found Sebastian by now. She stares at the alacrity stone a moment.
High or low?
Oh, hi.
Give me a moment. As you are focusing on the stone, as your attention is drawn to it, you feel this link for a moment, this tug that sort of locks your body in place. And you would hear as a projected into your mind. No, I haven't seen the danger you've been in. Yes, there is progress. I'm on his trail, I believe.
Is she stunned right now?
It's hard to move.
Well, unable to move, she would just kind of try to speak with her mind, as she normally does. You haven't seen the danger I'm in.
No. My attention has been elsewhere.
Oh.
Looking through that stone requires a considerable amount of effort and peace and quiet. I have neither of those things currently.
Huh. Insight check, I guess.
Sure. Roll me an insight check.
Yeah, that checks out.
Hard to pick up anything through a projected voice.
Yeah. Unable to see his face, she just kind of, well, tries to wrinkle her face, but finds it difficult. I thought you gave this to me so you could, well, track me.
It does that, yes. I know that you're currently on the southern shores of the Yettenmore.
I see. Well, so a lot has happened.
Would that you could tell me. There's a momentary projection, and you would see that the Arcanist is sort of pressed up behind a pillar. He has his blade, he has it reverse gripped, sort of held to his chest. He is looking past to this strange automaton that is currently roving through these blackened and gray hallways. It looks like it's collecting the remains of something and then pushing into a wall. And he's like, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm very busy. He is in the dungeon that
I know where
the
he
party
is.
in Return of the Storm went to.
There's a thick woman with a flamethrower right behind her.
And he is currently trying to bypass the Ziggurat's defenses.
Oh my gods. By the gods. What? You know what? I don't
At
want
least
to know.
it's not the astral plane.
She's definitely kind of stunned that searching for Sebastian would lead to this. But she... You know what? I'll call you later.
No, you won't.
Oh.
The connection ends.
Yikes, that sucks.
You picked the worst time to call him.
Apparently, you know, what can I say? It's a habit. It's a blessing or a curse or a skill or something. Holy shit.
He is currently on the trail of the Return of the Storm party.
Well, he's getting near the end.
It's a big hole in the ground, I'm sure.
Oh no, this is after we destroyed your telling us is at home.
Terrible.
This is where we got teleported to, like, directly after.
She just kind of stares at the stone, shocked about many things. First being that it worked, and she kind of just sets it aside. And then would kind of quietly curl up and go to sleep.
Okay.
Feeling very awkward about the whole situation.
Anybody else?
No, not for me.
Mm-mm.
Points at Elf.
Schmoof.
Elf is asleep.
Bet.
After thinking very hard and just confusingly on this key feeling.
Perfect. Why don't you all go ahead and roll, or not roll? Why don't you go ahead and hit your long rest button?
I roll long rest.
This is now a turning point party.
Mm-hmm.
Are you taking Shane and the cart with you to hunt the Sunkiller matriarch?
How many things are we gonna hunt?
I feel like that question should be answered after we ask the matriarch about the Sun Killers, like where they live, what the environment is, and what we can expect from their corrupted matriarch. All of which is what Yuri intends to ask her next morning.
Yeah, once we get information on where we're going, if it's like, we're gonna go to this mountain and we're gonna climb up it, it's like, Shane, you might want to sit this one out.
Indeed.
Okay. Then let's say, for the sake of brevity, the party is awoken, and the Night Maidens, once you are fully prepared, bring you from your spire room to the sort of feasting hall again. It's here that Nerea, you would see, is sort of in the process of getting equipped. You can see sort of some of the other warriors are preparing more so out of just the chance that another raid will happen. You can see that all of them are sort of anointing their blades with these with this blend of like oil and blood. The sages are moving through and sort of praying over the weapons. And as Nerea is affixing the breastplate to herself with the assistance of some of the other warriors, she looks to the party and awaits your questions.
Before I ask any of those, what is the date?
Today
So
is the first of Starfall.
oh boy.
It seems like auspicious, doesn't it?
If the party has any questions, now is the time to ask them.
Yeah, Yuria would step forward, assuming no one else has. You said the Sunkill is a 2-day trek, if I remember. To the east, right?
We will not be straying far from the coast.
Where exactly do they reside? What nest have they made for themselves? Is it like, she gestures to the spires they currently inhabit?
She shakes her head. Would that they had such a location. It would make it easier to root them out, but no, they sort of collect through the forests, the closer to where the matriarch resides.
Oh, just in an open forest. Well, open.
There is a tree, once sacred to the matron, that watched over the ocean and the deep wood. That is where she resides, performing her twisted rituals.
Hmm. You say the Sunkillers have raided you. Do you know how many reside in their numbers? How many we can expect to face?
Would that it was just the Sun Killers. But with the matriarch able to raise those to life once more, I do not know.
Oh. So the dead aid them as well.
She's betrayed all of the practices of the matron, has given in to this dark temptation. When she betrayed our people, she killed some of our oldest sages and turned their bodies against us. We have burned the ones that we killed in the raid, but I imagine any others that we were not able to get, they brought back.
She kind of scratches at her forehead. So, necromancy, harpies. I don't suppose you have a plan for getting us in.
My scouts have reported twisted cairns to the east on our path where we'll be going. They say bodies are fixed to them. They perform fell rituals with the bodies there. They act as conduits for her power. My hope, with you, is to break them, to stifle some of her power, and allow us to walk into the eye of the storm.
I see. This matriarch does seem powerful. What can we expect from her, directly?
She was once a fierce warrior, the strongest of us. But when I saw her last, she didn't even appear full. Like I could see through parts of her. Like a specter. She doesn't wield her weapon anymore. You would watch as Nerea levels the great spear. I made sure of that.
What of her magics?
To raise those to life once more, even after death. I imagine you can imagine, or imagine, sorry, words. I should expect that other such twisted magic is at her grasp as well. I do not believe she is capable of our magic anymore. Our blood blessing to the matron. but instead this affliction from this Ciliana. You have faced them more than once, it sounds like. What powers do they wield?
Oh,
Sorry. Could you repeat that? Someone decided to walk in.
She basically said she can't use the blood magic that they use, but she imagines that whoever the Ciliana is gave her very similar magic to whatever she had. And she's like, you guys have fought her before, right? What's her power? Like, what's her powers like?
Liliana used magic to bend the minds of others to her will.
Crown. We faced her once, though she quickly escaped. In person, as opposed to her lackeys. I think the most terrifying thing she could do, or did, she has a way of moving. Through shadow, almost. And then there's the crown. I think you mentioned your matriarch wearing such a thing.
She nods.
She put one over one of our own. He nearly choked me, turning our own against us. That seems to be her specialty, above anything else. The ones she has turned don't necessarily share that power, though.
I should wonder then. Many of our sisters have been taken from the raids. I do not know if she converts them or uses them in her rituals.
Yuria looks to the others. You all remember Aram's Ferry, right?
Yes.
They were trying to take children and corpses.
If they're still alive, there could be a chance at saving them. They may be a little worse for wear at the end of it, but they can recover.
There's this appreciative smile that she wears. Like, thank you for your consideration. But there's this other sort of look in her eyes where she's like, they're probably already too far gone.
Yuki seems to rack her brain a moment and then snaps her finger. Right. Right. The last time we fought harpies, they had this sort of ear-piercing cry, this song. Is that common?
Not in all of them, no. Our sages know the song. Once it was used in reverence to the matron. It has been twisted. I'll be able to point out sages to you should we fight them. Those will be, or should be, your target. For if you hear their song, they'll take your soul.
Lovely.
A figure of speech. She smiles.
Yuria doesn't seem convinced. Is there a way we could counter the effects? Stuff our ears or something?
It's a little bit more involved, I'm afraid. It might afford you some protections, but they have many songs. Some that reach even deeper and take hold of your soul.
Is that also a figure of speech?
That one isn't. Warriors do not know the song. As such, you will fight them just like a normal warrior. You need to be mindful. They're fast, quick, and deadly. And I do not know if they carry their horns on them anymore, but if they do, their sisters will not be far behind them. So, if you see one with a horn, another target. Do not let her call for aid.
Yuri seems to think over any other questions, but she can't really seem to come up with any.
Anyone else?
Not me, anyway.
Hunters.
Disrupt the cairns and disrupt the cairn's power. And then make our way to fight the matriarch, correct?
She nods.
All right. Keep an eye out for the targets and call them out as we see them.
You see how our sages dress? They'll be somewhat similar. You see how the
There's a
warriors
nod.
dress. Seeing that nod of understanding, she's like, all right, good. Now, about him. Her eyes flick to Shane, who's sort of eating a bowl of fruit at the end of the table.
Oh.
I see he is dressed for it. Is he coming with?
Silril will look down to him.
Just eating some berries. Not even realizing that the conversation's on him currently. He sort of has that like early morning stare where he's just sort of like staring through the table, through the floor, off in Wonderland, just idly eating the fruit from the bowl.
I can't really see us protecting him against creatures that can just fly overhead. And then do you think we could camouflage the horses and he like last time? Cyclops notwithstanding.
If we were going to be still. But if we're moving through the territory, the likelihood of them seeing us is fairly high.
I agree. I think a cart would draw too much attention.
But he's a warrior, no? Looking from the party to Shane and sort of back to the party for affirmation.
Kellen lifts his hand like horizontally and just wavers it a little bit. Like,
I think he threw a javelin at least once.
Oh. He is new blood.
That is one would word.
You mocking me?
Hmm?
You changed your accent.
Well, what can I say?
You mocking
I'm
me right
fitting
now?
in with the culture. What do you want?
Hey, Celero.
Yes.
As he is your ward, what are we doing? Is he coming along? Is he staying behind?
How does he feel about it?
He doesn't even know the conversation's being had right now. He is just eating.
Oh, the life of Shane.
He's daydreaming right now. There's that like lethargy of like eyes half lidded, just eating fruit.
It was our vow that we would not put him in harm's way. Employing him, taking him with us. We've already done that once before. Let us not have our constant need to accept new things be the reason that he cannot return home. He should stay until we are finished.
Yuria turns to the matriarch. How likely is it the Sun Killers would retaliate while we are out?
My hope is that they will focus on us. All of their frustration and anger centered on us who are imposing in their territory. My hope is that they avoid coming here altogether. But the world is an ever uncertain place. I will ensure that the warriors put him somewhere safe, where even the sun killers will not look.
Celeral will look to the matron, very sharp eyes. If we are to leave him here, he dies here.
His blood will be on my hands. A stain that is not easily washed away, if at all.
Celeral nods.
There's a nod of understanding. Warrior! She calls out sharply. Shane sort of, huh? What's, are we going then? He pushes himself up to stand as another night maiden comes up and very gently places a hand on his shoulder to sort of sit him back down. No, you'll be staying here. You'll be teaching some of my sisters how to care the horses. And he sort of goes, oh, all right, yeah. And then as he says that, sort of stops and looks to Siluro for confirmation.
She'll smile to him with this admiration, but like the knowing glance. I hope you will do well. This is valuable information they could use. If not for future visitors, for themselves as well.
He sort of nods eagerly. Yeah, no, I'll understand. I'll make sure to talk plainly and and clearly, so that way they understand. And I'll show them how to tend the horses.
Silreal smiles. I know you will.
Question party.
Answer.
Are we fine going? I don't know, 30 minutes past today.
30
It
minutes?
depends. I don't know. Why do you want to go longer?
No reason.
30
I can stay.
minutes?
Uh,
That's
30 minutes
so
or till like
long.
2 a.m.
Oh my god.
I thought
Yeah,
2
right.
a.m. was when we normally ended anyway.
No one's on me yet.
Oh.
I can go late tonight.
A shoot day.
I don't have an issue, but if I'm non-responsive, just start yelling at me.
Bet.
What the fuck?
Okay, party. With Shane's fate now in the hands of the Night Maidens.
I mean, sealed.
I'll kill them. I'll kill them.
Wow.
The party is given a breakfast and is guided back out. Outside of the den to the cliffs above, where meeting you is a heavy storm. The skies are blackened, heavy rainfall now sort of cascading against the rock, as well as the bright flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder.
Ooh, yeah. The moment that they start getting buffeted by the winds and the lightning, you can feel that the idea of leaving Shane behind feels more and more like a good one. The images of the horses in this doesn't leave her with much confidence.
Correct. Had you taken Shane, you'd have been limited to a hex a day.
Silreal looks like a wet golden retriever.
Oh, okay.
As you'd be traveling through the deep woods in a storm with a cart and horses, and it would basically be slowed considerably to make for ease of travel for them. However, on foot, in this current condition, you are able to go 2 hexes.
Deb.
So, who's leading?
We're limited to 2 hexes regardless of who leads.
Correct. What?
Well,
What's up, Joe?
The hunter shall lead. Make
well-
it so.
Kellen and Marana.
well, we're looking for essentially a monster den. So
Guys, hear me out.
Righty.
We're just looking for sun killers, right?
I can do spotting. So
I am miserable in the rain.
Guys, come on. Let me bring the harpies to you. Come on, guys. Guys, come on.
Now, she did say that they don't have a den or a lair.
Yeah, they live in the forest.
So, in theory, Uria's skill could be very valuable right now.
oh,
Because it has to deal with the occult.
So if Yuria does want to lead,
Come on, guys. Just this one.
That's a trap.
Come on. Come on.
How about I take the first one, you get the second?
That's a trap.
All right. I mean, yeah, we can be cowards.
Woo!
Yuria, what?
What?
That's Yuria.
What about it? What of it?
Okie dokie. So I guess Marana is leading day one.
Very well.
Very well. Go ahead and pick your first hex. Roll me a d12. Kellen, roll me the perception check. I'll be right back.
And a D12. Okay. Yeah. Here we go, boys and girls.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine, Yuria says. It'll be fine. I take Shane outside, immediately see this weather, and just throw him back down the hole.
Yep.
Jesus, I probably drink so much and piss like a racehorse.
Wow, we were just talking about horses. That's crazy.
A 10 and a 23. Okay. So, first things you would note is rising up to meet you as you are traveling along the coast is very dense fog. It comes to rest currently at about your ankles, rising up to about your knees as you get deeper within the forest. As you are traveling as well, that buffeting rain now becoming more intense, you would hear as well the howl of the wind. However, as you are traveling, there's that feeling of being watched. That sensation of being stalked, where whoever it is you cannot see, but the feeling of eyes bore into the back of your mind.
Oh, is this like a psychic feel?
Both maybe mental and physical.
His hand goes for her backpack for the mind's eye tonic. She pauses and lets her hand drop.
Why don't you all roll me perception checks?
Perception check.
Everybody. As the party is walking and beginning to sort of encroach on the border between the hexes, your vision is drawn to sort of deeper in the woods. Almost just out of view if it wasn't for just how tall they were. These pillars of swirling light that emerge from the forest and surge upwards, sort of connecting with the clouds. And they would hold for several seconds before dissipating at the end. Something is in this hex.
Someone got their tier 5 shrine up.
Shut.
I'll kill you.
God, bubble PTSD.
Is it anything I would be familiar with via monster hunting or no?
No.
No, okay.
If that's monster hunting shit, something's gone horribly awry.
Band.
Something's up. I saw that.
What do we do about it? Sorry, it'd be more like in the rain. What do we do about it?
It is that. It is just buffeting wind and rain.
If we go around, we'll lose a day. Or we can try to pass through and hope whatever it is doesn't notice us.
Tower is the safest.
What she say?
Whatever is the safest.
Fair.
Goddamn French.
All right. We're going to lose time. But we'll go around.
Woo!
Nerea pauses. Let me roll something for her real quick.
Is Nerea like right next to us?
Yeah.
Or is she like flying? Okay.
No, she's not flying.
Yeah.
She's been walking with you guys.
Well,
Oh my god, how'd you get there?
oh, Christ. Uriel, we'll turn to her. Do you know what that is?
I think that's exactly what the DM's rolling for.
Exactly. She sort of hand up, using her wing to sort of curl out to give her this shielding from the rain. Looks out. It is. Looks out towards the forest and sees the beams of light. And as the beams of light fade, she sort of hisses very low under her breath. I thought they'd be closer. Those are the cans.
The what?
The things we're going for.
Say it louder, I cannot hear it.
Yay!
The things we're supposed to destroy.
I thought that they
Solo
would
just
be.
gives a thumbs up.
I thought that they would be closer to the shrine.
Is it a problem if they're not?
Just means they're spreading.
Oh,
In that case, we should go to meet them. Agreed.
You're nuts.
My spear thirsts.
get a new one.
Put some
Well-
oil
They
on it.
shouldn't do that.
I woke up today and chose violence.
Okay. With party bloodthirst established, I think we're going towards it.
Yeah, apparently so.
All right. Give me a moment.
Shall I move?
Yes,
The
you're gonna
icon.
roll me the encounter dice. You're gonna roll me the perception roll, Kellen.
Perception, no.
6.
Not the worst, but decidedly not the best.
Give me a moment. God, it always hides from me.
Hiding.
You'll never find me.
Okay, traveling into the next hex, thanks to Kellen's perception. There are several paths. One that would take you away from the coast, and one that takes you towards the coast. It is partially into the evening when you first sort of find yourself drawn to them. That sensation of being watched, that feeling both mentally and physically originating from here. And as you get close, you would see them, these raised pillars of stone. Give me a moment.
Sensation as it increases, Iria would. Her mind would try to sync up with Marana's as the telepathic link tries to establish.
Feeling the kind of twinge at the back of her mind, and knowing it's a friendly one this time around, she'll let the message go through.
One day I'm going to say that, and then it's going to be the DM who answers.
Yep, exactly.
Hey, gamer.
Did Reynolds said he could make more of the mind's eye tonic?
If we bring him the appropriate reagents.
How likely do you think that is? I keep getting this feeling.
Rana kind of looks at Yuria for a moment, and there's a concern visible in her eyes.
We'll do what we need to. If we need to get more sneak, weed, and whatever else his reagents require. Well, it would involve hunting a phase spider for more abyssal blood. But we'll do it.
You see the first of them, these large sort of stone cairn that has been twisted. Its purpose no longer to remember the dead, but instead to act as a conduit. You would see from it massive sort of spined hooks that curl as if clawing towards the sky. And despite the rain, despite the wind, the fog, candles of teal light flicker atop them. You are able to move your tokens as you would like.
Oh my god, teal candles? Right, I take them.
Steel.
I'm scared. I can't see past my tissue.
What?
Mind your business. Chocolate granted.
What are you doing, party? Oh, sorry.
Describe to me one more time these things.
These are massive stone cairns. They are multiple stones stacked on top of each other, bound together by what appears to be strange chains and sort of straps. From them, massive curled spines reach upwards as if trying to claw at the sky. Affixed atop them, numerous black candles that burn with a teal light that are unaffected by the wind and unaffected by the rain. You would see as well exactly what you see on them. Figures bound and chained to them. Some in various stages of decay, others with their abdomens split entirely open from their groin to their throat, their entrails pulled out and used to create whatever fell ritual circle or site they rest upon.
Yeah, definitely getting weapon out, taking a look around.
Roll me a perception roll. I mean, you guys can move.
I don't want to.
I'll make you.
That's 18, DM.
18, okay. The buffeting wind and the rain sort of causing your vision to narrow considerably. But you would see it amongst the tree lines, this sort of writhing mass. Underneath the brush, underneath the trees, tendrils with sort of numerous spines emerging from them almost seem to lift and burrow underneath the ground, just sort of digging into the earth.
Are they moving?
Yes.
Oh, in that case, Marana grabs Yuria. She's heading that way. And then points at the writhing plant-like mass.
There's something in the underbrush.
The corruption is spreading.
We may be forced out into the open.
Yuria, with eyes on the tendrils, takes care not to get close to any of the trees.
Yeah.
Trees then.
I'm gonna deploy the link weapon as well. Have my bow ready.
Okay. Why don't you all roll me a perception check again?
Why would
Yeah.
we need that, DM? No one's here, clearly.
I was gonna say, might
Gosh.
investigate for anything that looks hinky on the ground.
Sure.
Like,
Kellen. Yeah, Marana, why don't you go ahead and roll me an investigation? Perfect. While Marana is investigating that, Kellen, something catches your eye. It's a sort of jostled and quick movement around this area.
Looks. I don't see it. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay. So is it actively moving, or is it just look out of place?
Something in your periphery moved in that area. You didn't see exactly what, but you caught the motion.
All right. And he's next to God, I can't remember how to fucking say her name because I'm ridiculous. Amaya.
Nerea.
Nerea. Okay. It's like
Sure.
Anyway, is she flying or kind of like
She's
on the
walking.
ground? Walking. Okay. Since they're next to each other, I think he'll reach out to like catch her shoulder before they proceed, and he'll just kind of motion with 2 fingers in that direction.
Her attention lifts up to sort of look at the cairn that's there, and she looks back at you. You would watch as she lifts her spear somewhat and makes a gesture towards it, then begins to walk.
That was movement.
But let us meet it.
Hearing, oh, there was movement. Yuri is gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
As she moves. Or text while incoming.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
I'd like to bring forth my bill called Detect Thoughts.
In your current radius, you would get the sort of surface thoughts of all of your companions.
Very well. She will keep it up as she gets closer.
Man, I really wonder if floating disc will be able to carry all the bodies back.
Having been prompted by Kellen, she looks back to Kellen like, "Where you at?"
Yeah.
Did, did my investigation reveal anything?
Anything fucking on the floor? No.
No.
No,
Okay.
like, pulsating runes or anything. All of that are bound to the cairn. But you would see, as you are investigating, that the circle that has been formed is made out of both blood and sort of viscera of those that are bound to these stones. All of them have the same exact cuts from their waist up to their throat, and their entrails are used to form the circles at the base of these cairns. This is very old magic.
Ooh, yeah, knowing what I do about old magic. Hate that.
As you get there, you would pick up surface thoughts that are not your companions.
Oh.
Call. What are your surface thoughts currently? Hearing muttering behind you that you cannot see.
As far as F's emotions go, Cole is feeling a dejection, a self-deprecation towards himself. A feeling, a sensation of blame at what he perceives as some kind of failure. Boiling in it, an anger residue at the surface of his thoughts. And it is red, this world you're visiting. Rage-filled. About to burst.
Sort of acting as your shield wall, Yuria, her spear leveled, you would watch as she steps, wings pressed out, not blocking your view, but sort of blocking your body, as she sort of moves to the side and gestures for you to follow.
Someone's here. Someone angry.
She stops mid-step, her attention lingering on the edge of the cairn, and you would see the body bound at the wrists. Call, would you describe your character, please?
Yeah. So at a glance, Cole is chained by the wrist, and he's dangling bonelessly off of the chains, his body facing the ground, his features covered in thick strands of dark hair, and there's dry patches of blood scattered through his whipped and beaten body, and he's motionless, utterly bereft of signs to hint at living. But slowly, he winds back his head, having heard the brushing of feet, and he struggles to barely take in his surroundings. And his eyes, a very striking feature, two golden shimmers of nebulous light, their glow and fiery movement altogether contrasting his lethargic body, turning to look at them. This is an entirely orcish being. He has a jutting jawline covered in scruff mismatched by a sparsity of scars, a pronounced brow ridge crowded by two thick-set brows, and beneath them his nose, this bent-out-of-shape thing slightly crooked. His lips are dense and a slightly more reddish hue to the otherwise tanned brown of his skin. Nearing closer, you could tell that below the neck from the shoulders down to the calves, Call's musculature is concentric and deeply lined, every fibrous tissue segmented in vascularity, a warrior through and through. Across his chest, up the pronounced muscle of his neck and down his abdomen, falls a series of paralleled markings in the form of bone meal, white tattoos that have been recently put on him, runic in shape. Their original message is distorted by his scars, notches, and scuff marks, painting his body raw at various odd places. This is Call Stormborn.
Yuria, what are you doing upon seeing this half-orc?
First, you pointed out to Uriah the finger to the orc. There, that one. That one lives, even if he looks dead.
Her chin raises, and there's this narrow of her eyes, those bright red pupils sort of fixating on the side of the half-orc's features. And as she steps, she whistles sharply to draw his attention.
You turn, facing her. Seeing her, does she seem remarkably like his captors?
No, you would know this person.
All right, of course. If I could take him a moment, a blurry-eyed moment, to really look, to study her. And it is at this moment that you see Call's legs, once dangling, now sort of restructure themselves so he can half stand in that awkward, bound-up way.
There's like the spear still leveled at you, but as you begin to stand, she lowers it somewhat, and you would hear you would see the grin first, and then her words, where she goes, "Good to see you're still alive, warrior."
Still living. Still living.
She turns back to the others. This one will be in need of some healing. This is the sailor I spoke with.
Shielda perks up
See
and
here,
starts making her way up there.
hesitate near the stone. Is it safe to touch him, linked to the cairn as he is?
She, having begun leveling the spear, stops and then takes a moment and looks him over. And you would see that, much like the other bodies, he has runes prepared over his skin, sort of drawn in with blood that doesn't smear. She pauses and looks. No, They haven't prepared him fully. She gestures to this one. The body that lays strewn out, its abdomen fully exposed.
All would follow her motion, see the corpse, the sack of bones still bound the chain, and a sudden surge of indignity will flare in him, up his body, and you'd watch as he, very suddenly, begins winding his arms, winding them tight around the chains that hold him. He allows these interlocked links to reach up almost to his shoulders, nearly, before he tenses into them and grips at their base with his hands. Whatever energy he'd been saving, stuck there, bound there, hanging, he utilized now in a lurch of brutal movement and boiling with sheer indignity, he will attempt to wrench himself free.
Okay. I'm going to say, given your current position, go ahead and roll me an athletics at disadvantage.
All right.
That's rough.
Pulling tight against the chains, there is this struggle where you hear them groan in protest. And as you pull, as you apply that weight, those final vestiges of strength being used, you would watch as the symbols flare across you and feel that pull, that siphon of life from you momentarily that causes you to sputter, that flame flickering for but a moment.
As he tries to break free, there's this confining sound from the throat, this rattling urge to be loose again. I am no one's lapdog! He screams in Orcish, pulling, chains rattling, his body heaving against the cairn.
A Shielder would respond, right? I understand you're not a lapdog. You're obviously an orc of some sort. I'm trying to heal you. Can you not crack so much?
Perhaps we should free him before you heal him. Don't know what purpose this can might serve, but it might be bad to energize it.
Can one of you get him down so, you know, I can do what
Careful.
I need to do?
No moving him. There could be something triggered. Check him first.
Seems like we're damned either way.
She gestures to you, Kellen, and you would watch as she prepares her spear, sort of raising it up overhead, the blade aimed at that sort of pulled chain, sort of like gesturing for you to do the same.
She's waiting for him to like nod at her.
She's basically like, get your weapon ready.
So she wants him to hit the other chain.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I was like, what for what? And I was being dumb. Sorry.
Is
So,
he
yeah.
bound in just chains, or are there manacles?
It's chains.
Oh, just chains. Okay.
Yeah. It's like, it's sort of woven into the cairn itself. So the chains that hold the cairn together are also the chains that bind the bodies here.
Okay, I was going off of the picture, and they looked a little bit more manacle-like, but thank you for the clarification.
Holding her spear up, she waits for you, Kellen.
All right, he draws one of the Elvish Lang blades
And then
and poises it at kind of a strike.
looking to call, there's this gesture, this nod of get ready.
Heaving tight, wheezing through his nostrils, he looks at her, tightens his jaw, and gives one firm nod of understanding, and she'd watch as he braces up against the chains as much as he can to create more space between them and the cairn.
Perfect. She looks at Kellen and now brings the spear down.
He does the same in time.
Call, why don't you go ahead and roll me an athletics check at advantage?
All right.
$25 is exactly the DC.
Oh shit.
Hitting us with that impossible DC, huh?
The weapons clash against the steel of the chains that are there. You hear them rattle, and as Call pulls free, those segments break, allowing him to wrench himself free entirely.
It's like an animal breaking out of the cage. The chains that festooned him wrapped around him as he falls forward, and his body in ravenous movement is momentarily on four, and he claws at the grass and stands up again, a momentary fight or flight instinct as he looks around, holding at this length of chain in hand. Then he falls at ease, recognizing, seeing the faces, and there's this moment of stoic gratitude as he nods at each, while more absent-mindedly he begins to wind that same chain around his left hand, patting out his fist, already making a weapon out of it.
She'll will approach, like, hands up, like, don't swing at me. Alright. I'm gonna check you over. And she'd actually speak in Orcish to him.
You speak the tongue. Tongue of my people. A dwarf, nonetheless.
Well, it's... Orcs and dwarves already have a pretty heated history, so if I'm going to be traveling and I run into any of the clans, I'd rather be able to be like, hey, I'm just here to do something, I'm not here to, you know, mess with any of you.
I was not aware. I've only ever made friends of them. Stout warriors, all of them.
Well, not the warrior here. Hold still.
He does.
And, second level heal into him.
Okay.
The rune, like, he would see the runes on her arms start to light up, and then the symbol of Ayun almost soft glowing into an intensity as she healed.
Let's see it. And let me see a perception roll from the whole party.
Yeehaw!
There it is.
There it is.
16 points to Call.
Back.
My eyes!
I mean,
Hello,
Yuri would
who's
be.
been watching all the tree lines is like over hyper watching everything.
There is that moment where you're watching the shadows and the shadows are moving, right? That where your mind starts like putting things there that aren't there.
I would say Yuria would be staring at, knowing that there's undead around. She'd be giving this body the stink eye, going so far as to draw her blade, ready to basically hack its head off, just in case.
Okay. Marana,
Hi.
you would hear it. This sound that resonates from the shoreline. The creaking of wood, the groaning of trees.
Oh my god, it's your boy Ott.
Emerging with this bellowing roar, you would watch as a hand skeletal comes up, pushing the tree to the side.
No.
It's not Ott.
The twisted remains of a Morling rising up from the tree line. Tendrils almost relaxing across its body as if they had previously been holding it and are now letting it go. You'd see as well, sort of emerging over the tree lines, numerous harpies.
Numerous. Yeah. No shit. Holy fuck.
God.
Who party?
Hey, party.
Yeah.
It's initiative.
No.
Yeah, don't say.
No, it's not.
What? That's silly talk. Fuck.
I missed y'all. Glad I'm back.
I really don't want to be a part of this, apparently.
Do you even have weapons?
No, he did bind the chain around his fist, but I'd say that's more cosmetic than anything else.
Oh, this point's on a change. This is a transmog.
Pretty much.
Transmog's a like level 70 axe to a little white like pickaxe.
Wow,
get
she
a new
rolled
character.
really low.
Uh-oh. It's
She got
time.
really low, baby.
Here
I
we
don't
go.
need to do that many, actually. Sorry. Yeah, we'll get rid of all of these because they act on the same initiative. Top of initiative, Kellen Aldane.
Oh boy. My bow's already out, so I don't have to worry about that shit. Is it reasonable to assume that the darker colored harpies in the clusters of 4 are somehow a big deal?
You haven't seen them act, so go off whatever presumption you wish.
If you say no, that's fine. I was just like, they look bad to keep around. That's hard. You know, I think his instincts would be to start with the Morling corpse because that's what would draw his attention immediately.
All right. You would see the twisted, reanimated body of the Morling Minotaur. It wields in both of its hands this strange axe spear-like weapon.
Spear, axe, like a halberd or something?
No. You can roll me a history check.
History check.
This is of dwarven make, or dwarven design, perhaps much interpreted differently. This is an Urgarosh. This is basically a spear axe that has two purposes. It can be swung like a great axe, or it can be turned around and used as a spear weapon.
So you get like the reach, the piercing, or the slashing, two-handed hacking thingy. That's kind of cool. I'm taking this as some kind of exotic weapon that no one, not just anyone, could grab. Or
Who knows?
Who knows? Fair enough. All right. Well, since my bow is already out, I think it's time for a little hunter's mark action on this guy.
Okay.
So let me grab my spear book. Cast at yes, thank you very much. Consume my spell slots, please. Thank you. I don't know why it always rolls damage, but well, fuck it. Well, there's a hunter's mark, and we're going to start shooting at it. So, with the first shot, like he sees the Morling, and immediately, like that's where his attention is fixed, because because it's a Morling. So, and he knocks and fires an arrow rapidly, and it just like whizzes right by Mirana's head because she's like right in the path.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, just whoosh, ruffle her hair kind of deal. Oh, actually, because he hasn't acted in combat yet, just fish for that crit that I don't need apparently. There we go. So 9 damage.
All right. You would note,
That's cool.
as the arrow hits, it strikes, but there is something about this creature, But the arrow almost seems to scatter across the bones.
That's not good. So it's not magic resistance per se, it's some other weird shit.
Indeed. You did hit, so go ahead and roll your hunter's mark.
Oh, yeah. And it's not a monstrosity, it's undead, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Another dice, so 4 more damage. I just hit plus on the original, so 4.
Okay.
Okay. So that would be, 13 altogether. And I can utter like a very short phrase.
Sure.
Yeah. The big one's protected. Just to warn everybody that it's got some kind of resistance. Okay, so I have one other attack, and I'm now annoyed. But I think I'm gonna press on and try it again, just for shits and gigs.
Let's see it.
I only get that advantage once, so it's
Sorry,
just
19 hits.
I
Both
think
arrows.
I think I only get the hunter's mark damage once per turn too.
Whenever you hit with a weapon attack.
Oh, so I guess again then that's D6. Let's roll.
Okay.
3, and then I know it's a little like cheesy, but since it's now injured, is the Colossus Slayer then apply?
I would assume so.
I would, yeah. Just want to check. Things get strange once you start like. Yeah. So 4, 12, 8. So that's 20. I guess if it's round, so 10. Yeah.
Both of your arrows striking true against the Morling, this skeletal creature now sort of reeling back, and then sort of lurching forward. You would see its eyes, though socketless, has those small beads of light, now sort of searching the field. Where'd you go?
Huh? Oh, why did he move? Pardon me. There you go.
Behind the dwarf.
Yeah.
No, please don't.
Behind the massive fuck off half orc, you mean?
All right. You doing anything else on your turn?
Good idea.
I think I'm going to stay right here.
Okay.
Those 2 arrows that whizzed past Morana.
Your action, your bonus action, you're staying right there. All right.
Staying right there. Yep. Next
It is
person.
the scavengers that go.
Oh shit.
And they descend upon Siluriel.
No, please.
Short.
Short.
They are going to make their group attack spear. It gets a 2, so it is currently a +7 to hit.
They just start pulling at her.
Why is that private? That should not be private. That's 10. That misses. Okay.
What the hell?
And these ones, also having a fly speed, descend upon Morana. These twisted harpies, you would see like most of their feathers are sort of molted away. They have these skeletal-like wings with leather or they're sort of leather flesh that's pulled tight over them. Their features are gaunt, and the way they attack is almost feral, not even completely there. Same thing. +7 to hit.
Oof.
That misses. Okay. All right. The other harpy goes. Ooh. Could they? They could. They are currently in the air. They are going to make 2 attacks against you, Kellen.
Rude.
They're going to make a ranged attack with their feathers. You would watch as their feathers lurch forward, these shadow-like arrows emerging from the edges of them. A 12 misses, and then they follow up with a spiked-tipped whip. And hands. 21 dealing 6 points of bludgeoning, 1 point of piercing, and you are bleeding.
Gross.
Not bloodied, bleeding.
One of those.
Okay. That is their turn. Yuria.
All right. Seeing the onslaught of harpies, but finding the 2 largest, she will spend a sorcery point to twin Tasha's hideous laughter on both of the larger harpies.
Okay, let's see it. All right. So, fails. Falling prone.
Just thud. Okay.
Cackling, becoming incapacitated. Prone. The God Cursor has supernatural resistance.
Yeah, he do.
Roll theirs with advantage.
All right, weird flex.
The magic catching across the soldier, causing them to sort of curl into themselves, this hideous laughter emerging, this heckling sound that resonates from the harpy. But as you attempt to catch it against the God Cursor, the magic almost seems to shatter or falter against them.
With her spell cast, she would back away, drawing Goggle out. Well, actually, she already had Goggle out in her hand. But she will back away, sort of. Oh, you know, right there. And that'll be her turn.
Okay. Call.
DM. So immediately we're going to cast one good look at this big fella at the back. What's that axe he's got? Is that something about spearing?
That's your axe.
Of course it is. Yeah, as soon as Skull realizes turning that corner, their arm against the current, leaning into it, his eyes arise, and this sudden anger overtakes his expression as his jawline distends free and he leans forward, releasing this sudden and gurgling roar, this hellish scream of wild abandon as he enters a rage. we're going to use our bonus action to accomplish that. What? I don't know why it's showing that message. Is it showing for everybody else?
Yes.
Alright, well, I'm going to have to fix that. What?
Oh my god.
Wrong filter.
My man
We'll
just
work
got
on it. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. Just...
Alright.
Like gloriously incandescent moment.
Oh my god, he's turned lemon.
Right, so since it's the first time he enters a rage, I will be explaining how it works. So immediately, a red color seems to bleed into the gold of Call's eyes, each that now fumes in a more crimson-like shade. Added to that, the formerly inert runes and tinsel patterns across his skin grow alight with a heated redness, as though a molten liquid flowed through him now, energizing him from within, shown through these patterns. Patterns that follow all the way to his face, ending just beneath his eyes as lines. And they are strangely elven, these shapes. Flowing lines, curving angles, a mesh not at home in the brutish musculature of his body. These harpies, they block the way to our man with the axe, yeah?
Indeed.
Right. This harpy here, it's been grounded?
It has. Currently fitting over itself with laughter.
It's having a giggle.
Alright, Morana fared well against those harpies, so Call is going to interpose himself between it and Kellen. He's going to rush by, kind of pressing a hand to Kellen's chest to sort of impose himself before him and push him back. Manish way.
I just imagine that Kellen got fucking flung through a shield like a projectile.
We're going to attempt to grapple the harpy.
Okay.
I can already see a God of War coming up.
Oh boy. Those wings gone.
I don't think it can do anything against you. Let me double check incapacitated real quick. I think you just succeed.
Oh my god, he's getting juggled. Literally crowd controlled to death.
That's the way to do it, bro.
Alright, so I imagine the wings have a
Hold
tennis
on.
point. Oh, okay. Alright.
I thought I had it in Foundry. I don't. I actually have to pull up my DM screen to read exactly what incapacitated does. Can't take actions or reactions. So yeah, it can't even grapple in response. It just grappled.
Amazing. So, one of the wings, I imagine its thinnest points is closest to the body.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Call would attempt to take a hole at this anchor point and just rip it from her body. Put that tonnage of weightlifting to work.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
All right.
Enhance. Now, is Divine Fury, is it any attack or is it a weapon attack?
Oh shit, I thought it was per attack. Let me read on that.
Is that the zealot trait?
Weapon strikes. Ooh. I don't know. I mean, maybe he could use his chain to channel that, but I don't think so. I don't think I'd be able to unarm if it's a weapon attack.
I'll allow it for now.
Oh. I do believe it rolls a wisdom save now.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, it's every time it gets, let's see, end of its turn, and each time it takes damage. It doesn't matter, Lamau. Never mind.
Oh my god.
It still thinks it's funny.
Yeah, you're sort of wrenching at the wing, causing the feathers and skin to split. That sinew stretching, and as it does, the creature is just cackling with laughter.
Oh god, I imagine it's like this sort of forced, drugged up laughter, like she's been pushed off of a ledge, and all she can do is laugh.
Exactly.
Maybe I am the bad guy.
Alright, that is my turn.
Okay. Ashilde. Sorry, I forgot to put this person in their appropriate height. Ashilde.
Alright, first, I think you call it Sunkiller Harpy at the back. Is going to get a Scorching Ray at third.
Okay. You will have to step out from behind the cairn, because you are very small.
Okay.
And I have to roll for each individual ray, so I'll be rolling another 3 times.
Okay.
If it lets me. There we go. 16?
That one hits.
Is it gonna roll again now? I'm gonna just have to roll it manually.
There should be an option under the spell that's just roll.
Yo.
Okay.
Lamau. Wait. How many times?
4.
Oh.
I upcast it.
Oh.
Okay. 2 hit, 2 fail.
Now, real quick, I'm going to be admixing that. It's not admixture, it's actually substitution. And it's radiant damage.
Okay. The sort of striking at the god killer, or the god cursor, you would watch as they already react to the fire. But as it sort of twists to radiant, at least for this entity, there is no difference. The damage is still damage.
And I'm going to duck back behind the pillar.
Okay.
Yeah, but you get this cool effect where the fire goes from like orange to white.
Yeah, basically it went white
Shit.
hot is what it did.
All right. Anything else on your turn?
No, I'm done.
Then it is the god cursor's turn.
Wait. Let me talk this out.
She definitely does not want to.
Hey,
She's going to use Power Chord, and you would watch as her mouth opens and this horrific shriek resonates out from it.
and that's what. Ow.
That is 20 points of necrotic, and I need a Constitution saving throw, please. Your concentration fails.
Wow. That's rough.
She is going to look at the Minotaur with the rest of her movement. Sort of scoot on over. And she is going to cast Song of the Abyss. She's going to buff the Minotaur. who's sort of listens to the song of the harpy and almost seems to be invigorated by it. You would watch as sigils form over the length of the bones of this creature. Marana Lamordia, at the start of your turn, as you are surrounded by Sunkiller scavengers, the hostile creature starts its turn within 5 feet of 3 or more scavengers. The creature takes 2 points of damage, piercing damage, for each scavenger within 5 feet of them. As you are being waylaid by these scavengers, 2, 4, 6, 8, you suffer 8 points piercing damage.
Ooh, yikes. Okay. Well, bonus action, dig my heels in for steady aim. To give myself advantage. I want to try and clear as many of these as I humanly can. So I'm also going to use my psionic flame.
Okay.
As I start swinging with Banshee's Light.
Then I started blasting.
I started blasting. Because I had advantage on the attack.
Yeah. Chuckle fuck. Holy crap.
And your psionic flame.
Dude, I think you just exploded something.
26 points. You would be able to carve through 2 of these harpies. Lashing out with Banshee's Light as you swing, and it connects the first time with the side of the harpy, and that psionic flame lashes out from the circlet to the blade. You would watch as that purple hue and that soft sort of hue immediately becomes blood red as it strikes through, sort of causing your eyes to flare momentarily.
You know what? I might just add for good measure. Wails from the grave on whoever remains.
Okay.
It just applies on top. Extra necrotic damage.
That's 3. However, as you cut through 3 of them, slicing through and just cleaving through 3 of these scavengers, you do suffer 6 points of necrotic damage, as when they die, their death throes, their screams resonate out and sort of latch onto your soul.
Ouch.
But yeah, that's my go. Basically, just like stab it and start swinging around the lantern to crush some of them.
Okay. It is... Oh my god, her name's wrong. Lamau.
Hey guys, I rolled really low.
It happens.
Lamau.
Yeah, I was like, wow, she rolled really low, and then I looked at Siluro and I went, oh.
We all felt so dirty.
Okay. She is going to up into the air. She is gonna cast... Actually, she's gonna move forward. And she is gonna cast Soul Steal.
Well, that doesn't sound like a good thing.
Yeah.
If I had one.
Uh-oh.
This is where I'd put the soul I had. If I had one.
You would watch as her wings unfurl entirely, and you would see that they form this sort of half moon behind her. And as they do, you would see from that gap, this sort of opening, this pulling away of like a porcelain mask.
Oh, we rolling d10s. Oh, I see.
Okay. This is where it starts getting fucky. Crack damage. That's it. How much damage? Okay, so she will take. She has some resistance. Okay. You would watch as this sort of pull from the mask grabs at the life essence of the god cursor. You can hear that harpy scream momentarily as it tries to sort of pull away from the wrath of the matron. I believe her Song of the Abyss. Indeed, the Minotaur is not buffed anymore. Having to rise up to fly, that is her turn. Cyril, at the start of your turn, surrounded by the gnashing horde. That's wrong. Love that. Oh, and all my tokens are out of sync. Oh, it's because you... it's because I deleted the token. Lamau.
Hey man, it happens.
2, 4, 6, 8. Still real.
Alright, so these harpies that are justly in front of me, I'm going to attack in a sweeping motion from left to right.
Perfect.
Pulling up her Zweihander, she will slice. Can I use my bonus action to ignite it?
Yeah, you can use your bonus action to ignite it first.
That would be great. She will touch and drag like her fingertips across the like edge of it as the ritual she would do when cleaning it and just keeping touch to it. She would grind her fingers there and it would and she will slice this one here.
Oh, I thought you said left. Well, you said left. I thought this one.
Oh, her left, sorry.
Gotcha.
Like she's facing them, so like her left to right.
That's it. That hits, taking out one, but not enough for overkill. You do suffer 2 points of necrotic damage from entropic end or entropic defeat.
And she will continue.
That's it. A 12 just misses. Attempting to lash out the harpies there, you would watch as all of them sort of turn in reaction, bringing their spears up and sort of catching the brilliant blade of your Zweihander and sort of stopping it in its swing. It requires several of them to do it just to match your strength, but they do manage to stave off your hit.
And I think I can attack twice, right?
That was your second attack.
What's up?
Yes.
Yeah, it was. Scrolled up so
Alright.
far I didn't see it.
Alright. After playing Rogue on Wednesday, my brain is just all fucked. I can attack twice, right? Just twice.
Yes, unless you
Okay.
action surge as a fighter.
Okay, sorry. My brain's
It's all right.
Where's my other hit? Where is it? Where's my
Yeah, you're not
Where's my
hasted. It's okay.
I need haste, dude. That's a sick spell. Alright, then I will stand my guard here with Noria. We will stand the line.
Okay.
That will be my turn.
The Morling goes last.
Oh my god, he's so stompy.
He's very stompy. He's meant to go here. He's gonna make his attack against Morana.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I was just reading something.
Okay.
It swings.
There's a miss.
It does miss. I think you're looking a little hurt, and so does the Minotaur. It's gonna use Undead Fury.
Oh boy.
Yikes.
Both miss. As a reaction, if you would like, you may use your you may take an attack of opportunity against this Minotaur.
Shake, shake.
That
Here you go.
hits. All right. Kellen, the start of your turn. Bleed for 2. What are you doing?
So the Minotaur is no longer protected?
What?
I thought I heard you say something about how it was no longer protected.
It's no longer buffed.
Buffed.
That was in this combat. Whatever the thing is protecting him, that was well before.
Understood. Well, shit. Kind of can't see the other big one. Okay. I'm going to do... God, that's a pain. I'm going to keep trying to whittle down the Minotaur, even though it's got, protection, essentially. So
Let's see it.
we shall continue. Bleeding for 2. How long does the bleed last? Like 3 rounds?
Let me double check their whip. 2 rounds.
Huh.
This is 1 round. Next round, it'll bleed you and then fall off.
Gotcha. Okay, I won't burn a bandage on it. It's not that bad. Yet. Okay, so first shot at the Minotaur-looking dude.
That hits.
Damage. And let me roll all the other random crap that I get. D6 and a D8. So it's another 11. 17. And then I guess we'll just do the second shot now and call it good. Sake of brevity and all that. 16.
Hits.
Nice, cool, dope. Good damage too, dope. And that's only 1 Colossus Slayer, so it's just the Hunter's Mark.
Correct.
14.
Okay.
16 and 14.
Whittling this creature down, you would watch as each time the arrow hits, those runes flash and flare in response. You can see, though, as more consecutive hits sort of collide against the bones, the light that remains sort of begins to falter somewhat.
So it's kind of like weakening, perhaps.
Infer from that what you will.
Understood. Shit, this is sort of a strange position. Well, it's actually a pretty decent position, but I can't see silhouette from here, so... No, I'll stay here for now.
Okay. It is the scavengers who go.
I'm looking at them, they're looking at me.
That's right. They are
We're
looking against you.
at me.
5, 6 plus 6 to hit. Yeah, still low real. That's 2, 4, 6 points of piercing damage as you get stabbed by their their spears as they surround you, sort of aiming at your flanks, at your unprotected sides as you try to guard yourself, each one finding a momentary gap. And this one against Marana all by itself.
That's
11
no-
bases. Okay. At the start of the soldier's turn, the harpy's turn, those of you within 20 feet of this harpy take 5 points of necrotic damage. So that's everybody but Yuria.
Thank God.
Okay. And then, as she is grappled, she's just going to start trying to cut you, Cull, with her talons.
Oh no. Oh no.
Whoosh! Again, we're sort of cutting into your side, this sinking sort of sensation as the talons rip through flesh and rend it. She makes her second attack.
He'd be holding her by one ankle, so I imagine the other just raking on his torso.
Thankfully, a 6 misses. Yuria.
Reeling from the last attack, hands clutching her helmet as blood seems to pool out of it, nose and mouth spitting crimson. She would jerk up, rasping for breath. She would point to the god. What is it called? The
Cursor.
god cursor. And she would cast Tasha's Mind Whip at it.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's the ish.
Okay. Does have supernatural resistance. Doesn't succeed, though. Takes 9 points of psychic. And it is debuffed. Can either take an action, move, or a bonus action. On successful save, the target takes half as much. Is it only one round?
It's on its next turn.
Okay. I didn't know if it affected after that turn.
Oh, I don't think so.
All right. What is it? I've never seen you use this, so what's it look like?
In this case, spitting out blood. It's only a vocal spell, so all she would do is spit out a word in Elvish. The Elven word for stagger. And her helm would flare up in a brilliant teal, mixed with the blood that pools around it. And you'd see a spike, this sort of... Essentially the teal would form and then sort of fire off like splinters directly into the mind of the creature.
Okay. Sort of reeling, grasping at her head, the god cursor's sort of snarl, that wicked harpy sneer is settled on you almost permanently. Anything else on your turn?
Just a second. Be moved.
Having done the damage but not wanting to get hit again, she would move behind the cairn. Sort of slipping by Shielde.
All right.
And that'll be my turn. I even clicked the little end turn button for you. Look, I'm so
Oh my god.
Oh my
So
god.
generous. Call.
Yeah, we got scratched. We're going to retaliate. We're going to attack recklessly.
Okay.
Unarmed attack.
Thank God.
That hits.
We're going to do it again. No Divine Fury.
It is more than enough.
Great. Turning towards the undead construct, this Minotaur thing. Cole pushes up right after his fist, like a pneumatic hammer, had come up and down, gradually folding into the harpy's features with every denting blow, until it's been buried in a mush of face matter, and she's still. And with that same fist caked in gore, he points off towards the Minotaur. That's my axe! And he's going to shove forward. That's our turn.
All right. Shielde.
Guiding bolt on the god cursor.
Okay.
I had it pulled up. Where'd it go?
Yo.
There we go.
That hits. 15 points of radiant damage. Slamming against its body, sort of causing it to flail in the air for a moment, having to sort of sputter to try and regain its position in the air, one hand still clutching tightly to the side of its head as the guiding bolt now illuminates it.
Yep. So next attack will have advantage on whoever attacks it. And I'm going to keep my position in my turn.
Okay. It is the God Cursor who is afflicted by the Mind Whip. And seeing what still remains, she's going to use Rallying Astanata on herself and the Minotaur. She would have used it on the other Harpy, but that Harpy died.
It's dead.
And it ignores difficult terrain.
You can't do anything else.
Correct.
Fuck.
Verona.
Neato. Seeing that our new friend has kind of arrived, Rana's going to leave him to it. And we're going to move over here. Yes, I know, I'm incurring the op attack.
Oh, sorry. At this. Indeed.
That does hit. It's 2
points.
damage. Are you taking it off or shall I? Okay, you did it. And, hell with it. I am also going to mark the big guy over here with Phantasmal Mark.
Okay.
And just kind of murmur, Hunter, that one.
You would watch sort of apparating from where you had been standing, you would see them knock an arrow and release. And as the arrow strikes the side of the Minotaur, though it doesn't appear to do any damage, you would watch as this sort of emanating glow now begins to encompass your target.
And we're gonna swing.
Let's see it.
Swingy dingy. Ouchie.
Oof.
It is going to use its reaction.
Okay.
Burp, burp, burp.
Plus you're gonna burn advantage on it.
Turns his back on me, the fuck.
16.
I'm going to use
How
uncanny
rude.
dodge.
Okay, so that is, instead of 23, it is half. Making that 11.
Still unpleasant.
Shilda!
A shield in the back. Pew, 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 pew.
The casters.
Star Wars over there.
Look at all of you lined up right back there.
That's all I got.
All right. Yeah, that swing sort of lashing forward with your Banshee's light, it sort of catches on the renewed runes pulsing on this Minotaur's body. Sort of unexpected with them having previously faltered. And using that momentum, you'd watch as the upper half of the Minotaur almost moves independently of its lower half and swings down on top of you. All right. It is Araya's turn. She's gonna roll on up. She's gonna make 2 great spear attacks.
One of them at advantage.
Indeed, first one at advantage.
Oh shit, they're fighting in the air.
Indeed. Whoosh, cutting across with the first one, causing her to bleed. And then following up with her second swing. Let's try that one at advantage. Fuck.
Dude, I bet that shit looks dope.
You would watch the first swing cutting across, causing them to sort of open their guard, and with a spin, this flourish, both hands twisting forward to stab the spear into their abdomen. Seeing at the start of Silaril's turn, seeing Marana in need of help, Nerea is going to burn a hero action. Give me a moment. She's going to burn her second hero action. And that's going to be Corvid's Cunning. To basically appear at your side with these multiple sets of wings emerging from her back. She would roll advantage because it is magical. Success. Isn't pushed. And she would basically apparate at your side to draw the attention off of you from the Minotaur, Marana, basically using her wing to wrap around you like a shield. Silra.
Alright,
At
we're
the
going to continue the mousing.
Indeed, at the start of your turn, you do take 6 points of stabbing.
What?
Because of the gnashing horde. You are within 3 scavengers' reach at the start of your turn. They are just ripping into you.
They gnashing.
We begin again.
Let's see it.
Why there's no working?
Make sure you are. Oh my god.
Oh.
I had to put my light on. I forgot to put my light on.
Oh my god.
I gotta put my light on. Get out. This way.
No, not again.
Make sure I'm what?
I was just saying, make sure you're like tabbed into Foundry.
What do you mean?
Sometimes it doesn't work if you like pop your sheet out and stuff like that.
I PTSD.
Does it? I've always popped my shit.
Yeah, sometimes if you're not like fully in the game, it'll just not work. 20 hits. 16. More than enough to cut through.
Yeah?
You gotta tell me when you're doing these things.
Going.
Able to cut through both. However, suffering 4 points of necrotic damage as they both erupt into this entropic defeat.
That's all you had to say last round was I didn't do enough to kill more than one. And I was like, all right. We go again.
Perfect. One more of these scavengers remains around you. A 13 is just enough. Bisecting that harpy. As the final one screams its death throes.
That's a pretty paw.
Having cleaved through the first two and then following through, you would just see these piles of harpy corpses laid on your at your feet.
Yes, we will. We are going to. We're gonna use second wind.
Okay.
Woohoo. 1d10 plus my fighter level, yeah.
Okay.
No. Goes right back in. Okay.
Oh, I just realized I've been fucking up something for a different character. Lomao.
Oopsies.
They also have an aura that should have been hitting people and it wasn't.
Retroactively, I don't mind.
The necromantic damage in this one?
No, this one. This one also has Twisted Song.
Well, it's 30 feet in the air. So that automatically hits Noah.
It'd have hit Nerea.
Oh, yeah. Well, Nerea is a boss-ass bitch, so get on. Dab.
Alright, you get hit 15 times. That surge of adrenaline, that rush of light from the Lady of Gold, sort of mending and sealing wounds.
Yes. Then we will go this direction. My feet poised, looking up at this one to protect my casters from her swooping down.
Hit me! Alright, sort of
Down!
sort of taunting. I like it.
Yes. My turn.
Okay. It is the Minotaur. I'm gonna roll. Marana, you are gonna be a 1. Let's see. 2, 3 is Call. The rest is Nerea.
Such disrespect hitting you with your own weapon.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Don't
fuck.
come here. Keep the axe.
JK.
JK, JK!
Come here! Gets cut in half. Ah!
Okay.
I can take it.
So do you have a backup or?
He can't take it. Don't listen.
Stop it! I can break these cuffs. It gets fucking bisected. Okay. Doo. That is its turn. Oh, wait, after roll something for it. All that for
Time to roll the do I explode?
No. That'd be very funny, though.
You're falling for my trap. You see there's like a comical bomb inside its head.
Kellen, starting your turn. Suffer 2 points. You are no longer bleeding.
Blech. Got that scabbing action, I guess. But
Rocky.
okay. How's the Minotaur looking?
Very healthy now.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, the rallying Ostinata from the God Cursor mended a lot of the damage you did.
Boo! Alright. Fucking some biscuit. I'm gonna go over here so I can get line of sight on this thing. We're gonna start being a problem. So I will shoot the God Cursor. Because I don't like it healing my damage. That's rude. Very rude.
It's why Nerea said target the sages and the warriors first.
Yeah, she was out of my line of sight. Don't cry. So there's the first one. Kathunk. Are they assuming a 22 hits?
No.
No.
Obviously it misses, you loser.
You
Yeah,
forgot
big
hide
dumb-
advantage.
Big dumb stupid. And is it already missing health?
Yes.
Cool.
Epic.
Not as good.
Well, that is more than enough, actually.
Oh.
Making it a 15 is more than enough, causing
Kathunk.
the God Cursor's body to shudder in the air as the arrow strikes it, sort of burrowing itself into its body as it falls to the ground with a heavy thud.
14 damage? I'm fine. It's 15. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well. Huh. You know, I'm gonna use my second shot, pick off the straggler, or try to. Anyway.
Let's see it.
Very wise.
Ooh, 15.
15 hits. 12 points is more than enough to kill the minion.
Stunk.
Its body sort of poised towards Siluro, having watched her retreat, having watched her cleave through a number of the other sisters, attempted to lunge forward only to catch an arrow to the back of the head, the body collapsing against the stone.
Nice. Perfect. All right, that is my turn.
Okay. Yuria. Bloodied.
Jolly good. Yep.
You know what you have
What?
to do.
What?
You know what you have to do.
Do I have to?
No.
Do I
I mean,
have
look at
to?
them. Look at them.
Oh
look
my
at their
God,
health
you're
right
so
now.
right.
They're so
I'm the
low.
healer.
You're the healer.
I'm the healer, guys.
Come on.
I'm scared.
Oh my! Oh
Come
my
on, you
God.
know, just one time.
All right. You know what? For you, I cast out
Scared.
blast. Fuck
All
you.
right, that's it. Not even one time. Not even one little weird reconstruction.
We'll get to it, okay, man? We'll get to it. There's always next round, maybe.
A 12 just misses.
We're gonna shoot again.
That's it.
Black.
That does hit. Sort of striking, you would watch as some of the runes almost break under the weight of the force damage. As you guys have been fighting this creature for a hot minute, it's got resistance to piercing and slashing.
Oh shit.
Its armor class is 13.
Resistance to piercing
No
and
need to, like,
slashing.
you just feel bad. All right, Jesus.
Is that what's causing my damage not to go through,
Yes,
even though the bow is magical?
correct. It's piercing and slashing damage. So from all sources, piercing and slashing.
Oh, I thought magical weapons always overrode that shit.
All right, well,
If it was, if it was resistant to non-magical physical, that'd be different. But this is explicitly piercing and slashing.
I wriggle my eyebrows threateningly at Marana. I secretly sigh next turn, and then I end.
Nice. Call. You face off against the axe thief before you.
Call indeed does. So the axe, it comes crashing down, and Call welcomes it. It embeds into his torso, ripping into his sternum, curling itself into a bloody furrow inside his torso. And this barbarian, this mad devil, leans into the axe, buried in there. He looks up, facing this adversity, this enormous minotaur, with a blood-caked grin. And he'd used this opportunity, Dungeon Master, to take his Urgush by its neck in an attempt to wrench it free from the minotaur's grasp.
Okay, this will be contested athletics.
Yes. All right, I imagine there's a bit of tugging.
Give me a second. Yeah, so attempting to disarm this creature, attempting to disarm from the undead Morling, you would watch as it sort of leans in and sort of elbow checks you, sort of slams its elbow against your head to wrench the axe free from your grasp.
Yeah, can we try again?
You cannot, as a disarm takes
Alright.
the full action.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's why I
then
was
that
double
is-
checking.
That is our turn.
Okay. Nice attempt. Maybe next turn.
Thank you.
As that is considered an action or an attack action, your rage continues.
Nice.
A shield day.
Alright, I am going to move.
You have three companions that are very hurt. One of them called for help. Move around the cairn, please.
Which one specifically?
I moved through it, but I
Okay,
mapped it.
okay.
I mapped it out, like I did the measurements.
Marana yelled for a shield day.
Okay.
Yep. So, as a bonus action, she's getting third level healing word because I can do it at a further distance and not get close to big minotaur guy.
Doesn't matter. He has reach.
I was gonna say, healing word has a range of like 60 feet, doesn't it?
It does.
But I need to get close. I gotta get close for what I'm gonna do for my action.
Oh. You can't cast 2-level spells, just FYI, unless it's...
Oh no! But I can't. But I can turn undead.
Ah,
You okay?
okay, 9 hit points.
And then turn undead.
Just so you know, this monster has your barbarian's weapon,
Bye.
which is why they're fighting right now. If you send him running, he's gonna flee with this weapon.
But attacks of opportunity.
But it has resistance to everything. Just about.
It's not even bloody.
Can I take back the healing word and just do heal on her then?
Okay.
Did you already add the 9 to your health, Marana?
Yeah, I can take it back.
Good. Do it.
All right. Okay. Back to 17.
It's like it never happened.
All your wounds open again.
Fucking time wizard.
Ah!
My
Goddamn
bones.
wizards! I drank the
No,
bone
I
hurting
take
juice.
that back. Unfixes your spleen.
Jesus.
15?
Okay. Alright, I'll figure out how much.
Much
that
better.
makes me get now.
When your doctor realizes you don't have health insurance.
Ooh.
Unheals
Rips
you.
a band-aid, it just applies. Oh, sorry, you came negative.
Alright. Fantastic, she's looking much better.
And I'm gonna check my hand axe at the big fuck.
Okay.
Oh, no, I can't. No, I can't. I did an action
What
instead
about
of a bonus. I end it. I was getting ready to just do it for good measure.
Yeah.
I cast Eldritch Blast, throws a pickaxe.
At
Do you have any more movement?
5 feet.
You can scooch back.
If he's got reach, is still able to hit me from where I'm at?
Yeah,
Well, I want
fair.
to find out.
Does he have reach, or is the DM full of shit?
No, I'm not. I'm not moving. I'm staying right here.
The shoulder's like, we're not testing that theory
What's up?
today.
What's the matter? What's the matter? No, go ahead, move. It's okay. No,
Just
ladies
remember that
first.
when he attacked, he had a spear side to the weapon. Think about it.
I'd rather not.
Are you staying there, Shoulder?
Yeah.
Anything as a bonus action?
I have nothing for a bonus action. It would just be a spell.
Just cleric things.
Okay. We'll say that's your turn. Marana, no longer bloodied.
Woo! Kind of gives a look to Nerea first. Thank you. And then another appreciative glance at Ashilda, and
Thumbs
we're
up.
gonna. Yeah, thumbs up. I will start swinging.
Let's see it. That one has.
Oh my god.
And then
The strike causing some of the, again, some of the runes to shudder in response.
And then Marana's going to fall back a little bit. And then just kind of look to Silurel in the space she vacated. Go. And just get poised to round 2 of hit and run.
Okay. That's your turn?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
All right. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. She can make 2 attacks with her great spear. It hits. Creature is immune to bleeding. An 11 just misses. First strike connecting, causing some of the runes to falter. They look like they're barely holding themselves together. Her second string, however, slipping through between some of the ribs that are there and missing entirely. Siluril.
Okay. I use my movement instead, I guess. Ugh. Please. be a hero. She will nod to Marana. And... she will move forward. And she will attack!
Let's see it.
In declaring my attack, I'm going to use my temple arm guards to teleport on the other side of it so that I can prevent it from running.
Temporal arm guards put you in a flanking position.
Good enough.
That would be here or here. So you'd be flanking with Nerea or flanking with Call.
Aren't they flanking each other?
No. This is flanking.
I thought flanking was diagonal.
No. It's always been across.
Wouldn't it be across, like, from where they are, though? Like, from corner to corner?
If they were corner to corner, like that.
Yeah, but if they move in one each, aren't they still kind of in a line?
It has to be a line.
Like a
I
linear
don't
line?
care.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not going to use my temporal arm guards
Okay.
then, and
Very
I
good.
will flank with Cult.
That's it.
Hello.
This will use this reaction.
Does it have one?
Yes. It's been a whole round.
It hurts. It's by the way. It's fucking reaction.
Woo!
A 16 hits.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're gonna manifest some wings. Yeah. Cause that'll knock me the fuck out. So we're gonna use some wings.
Let's see it. Post the card, please.
The golden wings will come out of her back, draconic in nature, as her golden tattoos flare up, standing next to the person who asked if I had wings. It's gonna be real awkward. They're gonna come out and give me a +2 to my AC.
They're gonna give you a +3 to your AC, making it a 19.
Oh, yeah.
The-
They're gonna catch Cole's axe.
The axe sort of stifled movements, now slamming against the golden wings. You would see flecks of gold almost filtering into the air and being caught by the wind under just the sheer weight of a swing that would have devastated you.
Yeah, I would have. I'd killed me.
I want to do omega damage.
Yeah, so that happened. Then we're gonna swing again!
Let's see it. 14 just hits.
With a psionic strike!
Okay. You would watch as the runes shatter entirely. Upon becoming bloodied, all of their abilities recharge.
Oh fuck.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to go the way of the dodo.
Doom music starts playing.
And worried that I may not make it for another turn, we're gonna action surge.
Okay.
Kill!
Holy shit.
I need to kill fast. It's going too slow.
It's as if they guide my very hands.
Oh my god.
You're bad.
Kill.
An action surge just gives me an extra attack action?
Yeah, so you get 2 attacks.
Okay, so it's not 2 turns, it's just 2 attacks.
Correct.
Alright, cool. I just want to know if I could use my psionic strike again.
I think you can keep using it as long as you have psionic dice.
It says once on each of your turns.
Rolling and dealing force damage. Number of times equal to plus your. Once on
can
each of your
only
turns.
use it
Oh,
once.
yeah. Once on each of your turns. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see your second swing.
Again. Woo! Consistent.
Very.
Big damage.
Slicing through with my golden dragon wings and sword.
Indeed, you are. The Minotaur's still standing.
Anyway.
Hey, don't anyway me. Fuck away from me. And yeah. We are going to. I don't think I used my bonus action, did I? No, I did not. We're gonna bonus action psionic recharge. I have my side eye back.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn. Guys.
It is the Minotaur's turn.
Can't save you now.
I gave everything I could.
Come back to us in 5 minutes.
Being struck, it levels the axe.
Can I catch it?
No.
Fuck.
As 11 points of slashing.
Ooh.
It's going to spend
I'm gonna use my
undead.
reaction to protect the field.
You did on your turn.
I didn't use my
Oh,
reaction.
that's what you did with your protective field.
No.
Literally what your reaction is.
I'm using it in my reaction now.
That's why I'm double checking. Hold on.
Does it? Do I use it on my turn?
You
You gotta got it
reaction.
after my turn ended.
Yeah, and then your turn ended, which means you should get your reaction back, I believe.
I don't know. I'm nothing.
When does one get a reaction?
I remember that when a rogue ends their turn, they get, like, if they get an attack of opportunity, they can sneak attack again. So I think it comes back after a turn.
Yeah.
So I will double check it. Hold on.
It's actually really important to know for compromise, because he teleports with your reaction. If she gets it immediately after her turn, that means she still gets an attack of opportunity, even if she teleports right up to your face.
Okay. Yes. Once again, catching the axe is going to use Undead Fury.
I reduce it by 4 for the first attack.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was like the AC one. My bad.
No, I don't have shield. I just have protective field. It's
Okay.
a psionic ability. Yeah, I just reduced the damage by 4.
All right.
And one point's enough. You know what I mean? Yay!
A 14 misses.
Thank God it does.
Yeah.
Its third attack
Ow!
Oh
is against
no.
Call.
Oh.
Sort
Hey,
of
man.
violently
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
lashing out against all of the creatures nearby.
What'd I do? What did I do?
You existed.
You screamed my axe and then tried to take
A 17 or a 16 misses though.
The way he takes the blow is, it's glancing right by the blunt side, but still, it crashes into Cole's arms as he brings them up. And for a moment, he sort of is thrown to the side, but it bounds off of him rather than sending him off.
Okay. Kellen.
Well, we're down to one big bad guy left on the field. Despite the fact that it has resistances up the wazoo, we're just going to keep trying to mess it up.
That's it.
I think those came down, by the way.
Yeah, I think he lost his resistances.
Did he?
Pay
Yeah, when you hit
attention,
half health.
Ranger.
I'd asked before, but you know.
That is more than enough.
Oh.
However,
Oh.
it has ferocity and death. 1, 2.
Fuck, I didn't make my attacks at
Hit
advantage.
me.
It's not against you, baby boy.
Dang it.
Fuck!
I didn't make my attacks at advantage earlier. I'm so dumb.
It's all right, Siluro, because that's 17 points of damage towards you.
What I'm meaning is, like, I forgot I was flanking, which means I could attack at advantage.
It's not advantage. It's a +2 to your attack rolls.
You also never missed. So.
I missed one.
Oh, you did?
I had a 1.
Oh, that wouldn't have helped.
Kellen, describe how your arrow fells the Morling Minotaur.
Can I move in this particular instance?
Yeah, it's your whole turn.
Slick. Since its back is turned, he would run up to it and quite literally scale this large creature from behind and brace himself kind of like on its back shoulders and fire one arrow down into like the base of the skull where the neck joins the spine and just try to like sever it completely. And then do that whole ride down thing as it collapses.
And you do. It is not a graceful collapse, is the issue. As you fire downwards, the body reacts violently. This sudden jerking motion as the weapon it wields swings out and catches Siluril in this sort of upswing. As its body enters these sort of death throes, sort of sending you off, but you're able to catch yourself instead of falling or anything like that. The sudden and very violent death of this Morling skeleton causing it to sort of pile in on itself, creating this mound with the handle of the axe, the spear end sticking out. And with that, combat is over.
Paul is going to grab his axe.
No. Indeed. You take up what belongs rightfully to you, Stormborn.
He'd wrench it free from its hands and brush off the bone meal dust that still clings to its leather-bound grip. Let that be a lesson to our enemies. And he'll look at everyone here, still in a kind of battle high.
Nerea turns very gently, placing her, sort of holding Siluril, seeing the wounds that she just suffered.
Yeah, I like to imagine when she came down with those hits, she was like on fire, feeling good, and like her wings were at full like extension, and then she gets fucking clocked with this weapon, and then they just go like fizzle back into her back.
Cat, like sort of reaching out to catch you before you fall. There's this stillness that comes over the area you're in, where the rain's still buffeting you, but it almost seems to grow quiet.
As I
Hold on.
Well,
With the crackle of lightning and thunder above, the dark clouds roiling in return, you would watch as the cairns beside you illuminate that bright teal light. The one that currently doesn't have call attached to it lacks most of its light, and you would watch as they shoot upwards, connecting to the sky above, creating these temporary pillars that connect heaven to earth. And that's where we'll call it for tonight.
can I heal them prior to?
Lord. You can heal them at the start of the session next week.
DM, can I heal him?
You can also hear them next week.
God damn it.
I'm really sorry. We went super late. Apologies.
I will never forgive you. Hey. What do you say, new kid?
Want to join the crew? Thank you guys so much for playing. I'm gonna shoot out a message for what's gonna be happening on the 24th. I will go from there.
Why, what's 24th?
A thing is happening. So yeah, thank you guys so much for playing. Either we're gonna meet up on the 24th, or I will let you know what happens then. So pay attention to the world chat, please, during the week, or I will throttle you.
Yes, boss.
Aside from that, I would love to answer questions. And I would love to ask the party questions, but I'm super tired. So I don't think we're going to do questions tonight.
Jesus.
Apologies. If you have any questions pertaining to the game, about the players or anything like that, join the Discord. Ask them in the lore channel. I'm sure the players would love to answer them.
Yes.
Sorry, Ellen. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye?
Goodbye.
To those of
Good
you
night.
still standing out in the field, go home.
Night.
Leave this place.
Flee!
Good night, chat. I hope you like the character.
Night.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Gamers, friends, companions, I want to thank you guys so much for coming out. Dat Guy Zach, thank you very much for the 12 months. If you're still here, brother, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the whole year. Thanks for sticking around so goddamn long. I appreciate you. Mods, can we get a shout out to the 2 people that rated us, please? Do TV Podcast. And then can we also get a shout out to Frost Viper VT, please? Thank you guys. Raiders, hello, welcome. Sorry, I get super immersed in the game, and I very rarely pay attention to chat while I'm DMing, so I do apologize. Toby, my friend, thank you very much for the 15 months, brother. It's incredibly kind of you. I hope that you're having a good morning. I hope that you're taking care of yourself. And let's see. Can we also get a shout out to Natural 20s? My God, we had 3 raids this stream. Holy shit. Incredibly kind of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for trusting me with your community. And AC of Spacey, thank you very much for your sub. Hello, new sub. Welcome. For all the new followers, for all the new subscribers tonight, greetings and hello. I am the Crown DM. I am a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games in his homebrew setting, the world of Atis. What you just saw was our Friday game, Cometh the Fall. It is a flagstone campaign that takes place from level 1 to 20. The players are currently level 5, and they just got a new companion, a new barbarian to join their party. If you are also interested in more D&D, every Sunday we also run Tales of Sunfall, which is our Darkest Dungeon inspired 5th edition game that also takes place in the world of Atis, that has its own unique stress mechanics, class abilities, and things like that. So if you like Darkest Dungeon, that's the place you should go. As well, if you like all the maps you saw, like all the monsters you saw, I do map making streams every Monday and monster making streams every Tuesday. As well, we have a community Discord, which is popping off and full of some dope people. My God, my brain is swirling. I did not mean to go that long, and here we go. God, what else do I have to announce? Ooh. I think that's it. 7 hours and 36 minutes. That's right. We run some pretty long D&D games here. I try to keep it to a responsible time, but sometimes roleplay just gets in the way, and we end up going for much longer. It is definitely a lot. I think the longest we've ran has been 8 hours. The shortest we've ran has been about 4 exactly. So we run long sessions here, AC. God, what else do I have to announce? The subscriber badges are being worked on. They're currently being commissioned. Emotes are still in the works. So we're going to have 10 new emotes popping off whenever the artist gets back to me. And then I got my own personal D&D stuff for the world. I'm still working on the Kanak.io homepage thing. I'm going to be replacing the World Anvil altogether. So all the stuff, all the lore, the factions and things that I introduce, basically when I introduce a faction, it'll appear on the Kanak. So that way you guys have direct access to the information immediately after it's shared with the players. Because I think that's cool. There might be the potential of no game this Friday with one of our players bouncing and this being a pretty important moment. So we'll figure out something to do this Friday. I'm going to figure out and talk to the players. I think that's it. I think that is all for me. I am going to get some water and go to bed. Yeah. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope that you all take care of yourselves. I think we should raid somebody. Who is D&D right now? Ooh, we are a majority of the D&D right now. Oh, that looks like fun. Well, they're about 3 hours in. Let's go ahead and let's go raid another D&Der. I think that would be best. I'm afraid I don't know how to pronounce their name. Urance? But we're gonna raid them, pass on the D&D love, keep the community together, and all that fun stuff. Our raid message, of course, we pass the crown to you. So thank you guys so much for coming out. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. I hope that you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. Call them if you haven't called them in a while. As well, when we raid, make sure to refresh your stream once you get over there. Twitch is a little finicky about all that stuff. And I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.